Hello everyone, welcome to Fablehaven Age of Wonders for the Giant Kings. Have you ever wondered about the true origin of the dreaded Blint? Well, today we're going to find out in a mini-campaign sponsored by Paradox Interactive. If you'd like to pick up the expansion or the greater game for yourself, you can do so using my link in the pinned comment or the description down below. Thank you again to Paradox Interactive for sponsoring this video. So let's hop right in, shall we?
Your destination.
I'll be doing my best to point out all of the changes coming with the Giant Kings, and of course, its accompanying free updates, the Ogre updates. We are going to be, well, you may notice there are more realm traits. There's 8 of them now. We can mold this realm to our liking, and as this is an ancient realm that is waking, stirring for the first time in who knows how long, this is a Pangea. That's how the ancient realms work for the most part. After the climate trait, we're just going to let it do whatever it wants. And as for its inhabitants, of course, the lingering creators, making giant and ogre humans common. There will be no presence trait. I believe there were no new ones, so we'll let that lie. I am the presence. In the miscellaneous trait, my oh my. This realm, there's the untouched realm, which is not what this is. This is the Legends of Merida. So, this realm was once part of the fabled giant kingdom called Merida. There are faded regions on the map, and we gain artifacts when completing the faded regions. Faded regions are affected by the Wards of Fate, meaning it's like a super spelljammer, and only some of the faded regions available will be present, leaving more to be explored on the other realms. Additionally, we have a wondrous past. It's ancient. It is glorious. Now, they removed Massive Underground because I think that was just baked into the new Underground rework. So that won't be present. In fact, what else is present here? Perhaps we shall have some subdued infestations. We'll also, of course, need the Crystal Dwelling. These are giants who never truly slept. They instead chose a different fate for themselves. Shall we do low population as well? Only a few free cities are present on this little map. Well, not little, it'll be medium size. We'll also only have 3 players on it. And I believe we should also have, here it is, subdued infestations. So there's less infestations going on. This will be a medium map with 3 players. We need a perfect picture to determine our Pangeic realm. Is that even a word? I don't know. Are there new ones? It'd be pretty neat. Ooh. I like that. Let's go with that. As for our factions, there will be teams. We will be on hard difficulty because it is a 1v2. Oh look, it already started that. It shall be us, the true origin of Blint, against all others. Now you can change the form filtering here, so if we didn't want to have some people, we could remove them. But we'll let the game do as it does. And YOLO some stuff up. It can do as it pleases. Gameflow, I believe, will leave all this where it is. You see, starting conditions is always fun. We'll leave all the victory conditions in, but there's only one. And that, of course, is victory. And we have, of course, normal world threat because it's scary. You can go to high happening intensity. Why not? We'll see what the stars throw at us. And let us create our Blint from scratch, because there's actually quite a few changes to the creation system. There is no new form trait, so we're rocking with the Molekin, the OG. We'll see how they fare. There have been a few updates to the underground adaptation. Not only does this allow you to cave walk as usual, but you can also build farms instead of huts on not only Fungus Field, but also underground ashlands and underground snow. We are in the underground. Underground cities have a +1 province annex range, and cities ignore the city stability penalty from lava and chasm terrain within their domain. Buffing this was fantastic. Now these moles are ancient, just as their creator. So what would ancient moles have? What indeed? They would probably... What culture are we? They are strong. And do I just go strong and tough? Could be fun. Perhaps tenacious. So Strong gives them additional damage on melee and physical range attacks, and Tenacious reduces the damage penalties from casualties. Meaning that as they get beat down and lose models, they don't care.
What is their origin culture?
Now, the feudal culture received a rework, and it now has 2 subcultures called Authority. And we're basically choosing how the feudal culture is run. There is monarchy and aristocracy. Of the 2 aristocracies, a little more complicated, but we'll be going with monarchy, because there's only one true king. Your people are loyal to the absolute rule of their monarch, gaining power from the presence of their ruler. Units gain for the monarch, well, in combat in own domain, that's going to be important, or alongside their ruler. This unit gains +1 defense, +1 resistance, 10% damage, and +10 morale. And then as the monarchy, we have the tier 3 longbow unit. Aristocracy has the liege guard.
What defines
Now, as for our traits,
society?
I went ahead and unlocked the new society trait available in the Pantheon tree, and that is the Subterranean Society. They know the earth like no other, favoring the depths of the realm to the turbulent surface. Underground passages will grant us +2 Imperium when they're in our domain. Underground cities gain +20% food income, and excavation of underground provinces has a chance of uncovering an additional resource node. I believe there's a 30% chance, with a 10% chance for it to be a gold vein, 10% chance for it to be a mana node, and a 10% chance for it to be an iron ore, I believe. We also start with excavation. There's a little bit of overlap there with underground adaptation, but they work well together, I assure you. Now, as for the final trait we're going to pick, I think it's going to be Adept Settlers. This is the trait that Blint, the original Blint, has, so why not say that he inherited it from the ancient
tome
past. There are 2 new tomes, but not here at tier 1. So we will not be picking a new tome here. We instead shall be selecting the Tome of Rock. And we shall, of course, be selecting a Giant King, a formidable giant refashioning realms with the elemental force of the clan of Fire, Rock, Storm, or Frost. And the Blints are Molekin. So, of course, we must be a Rock Giant King. The capital city starts with the Wizard Tower item forge. Everyone gets that. We have the Summon Rock Runesteel spell. Provinces with mountains or stalagmites provide +3 production. Giant Kings are the Giant King Governors, which benefit from quarries. And Giant Kings have 5 mana unit upkeep and cannot equip mounts items. They'd squish them. They'd crush them.
Reveal yourself.
So here is the auto-blinted. Auto-blinted? Auto-blint. Well, that's not quite right now, is it? Look at that tiny hammer. We're going to need something a little bigger. And here is the first Shaper Blint, the Undermountain. Yes, all Blints that follow in the future, in the time that we know, have borrowed the name of the one who shaped them. The Giant King, who happens to be a warrior with a giant axe. There are 3 weapon types for the Giant King. As a warrior, we can only use the giant axe or the warhammer. It's very tiny, but it's very good. Don't get it twisted. We could use a bone axe, but we're a shaper. We shape things, we craft things. So full armor, big ol' axe, and of course a glorious helmet. There's a lot of cool skin decorations. It would be fun to show off, but I feel like this is the most appropriate. His skin is partial rock and stone. We can go all the way in on it, but again, shaper, crafter. We have made this armor and this weapon for ourselves, and we hide our beautiful, disfigured face behind a crown of glory. And the races have more customization, the race form. These are the Gigantomoles. You can change the body shape now. So these moles are, I believe, orcs is the body type here. There's human, elves, halfling, dwarf, and orc, I believe. You can also override their voice. So if you want to be really funny, you can have some goblin, gremlin noises, which are always a blast. But we're just going to go with some dwarf. Make them sound slightly more sophisticated than they really are. And we want to give them the, look at that beautiful face. And our mount is what the new unlock from the Pantheon. I believe there are 2. We're going to go with the more amusing one, of course, which is the Crystal Runner, also known as Butt Stallion. Ah, beautiful. Aren't they marvelous? They will be fantastic in the future. And here's all the information. He is first Shaper, Blint the Undermountain, leading the Gigantomoles from the throne city of Underthrone. He himself is a Glory Seeker. I'm not sure what would be appropriate for this, but we're going to go with Glory Seeker, to personally say a legendary rank in combat, because he is seeking to restore the glory of his people that have dwindled. But thankfully his moles have remained loyal to him, and upon his awakening, he shall reclaim his realm. Welcome to Blint's Merida. And we are here to reclaim, and mole is so big, reclaim this realm. We start with Claw Militia, which is a new skill for the feudal culture. Both aristocracy and monarchy get it. It will summon 2 militia to the target-owned city. This is more important for the aristocracy. We can use this to easily fill up our initial army because they are super cheap. We also have Rock Blast, and a fantastic spell that was buffed a little bit ago. Our unique building is the Militia Barracks. This replaces our production building, it looks like, and gives us additional city stability, which is always well and good. The Royal Smith. Production or drafts? Maybe both. So we'll start off with that. What is our starting army? We have the Batterman, who has seen a little bit of a rework. He now has a single target heal. So the single target heal is plus 25 temporary hit points and plus 10 morale. But he has the War Banner. So whenever he's standing next to somebody, he will give them plus 1 defense and plus 1 resistance. He doesn't have to use any defense modes or anything. He still has his warding defense mode, of course. And I believe this will, yes, he'll enter defense mode after it. So he's very good at just stack on top of your army and the dreaded blob. The Defender has been moved down to a tier 1 unit. And he does evolve for the monarch, or for the aristocracy, but not for us. You can see for the monarch here. On all units produced by our city, I believe. And here is the Archer. This tier 1 Archer did get a slight buff in that their projectiles have a small chance of inflicting a sundered defense, and they are an aspirant. This is the feudal's unique form of evolution, where at legendary rank, it will go into a longbow. The reason they had to make aspirant is so that you didn't cheese things out with the Tome of Evolution and other shenanigans. So we have 1 scout. I think we want to top off our army, probably with an archer, because we have quite a bit of melee, including our boy. In fact, I'll just boost this out. Wise? Questionable. So the underground has undergone a lot of changes, and we are in the dead corner. Please give me a way up. It would be very sad if I didn't have a way up. All this stuff around me is cleared. Except for this. Alright. We can go here and diggy dig. The free cities can also diggy dig now. For our starting... Ooh, a Gargoyle wouldn't be bad. We do have a shock unit of our own, which is now at tier 2. So not bad. I'm going to have to build the tower, I believe, to summon this, so... Oh, it's a recruit unit. Never mind. Shall we... I would like some obsidian weapons. Damage is good. Damage is good. We can even call militia here. Get ourselves a big stack going. To just roam around and bonk the world. Now, call militia, unlike most summon spells, can only be used on the capital city. So that's very important to note. We'll go ahead and get bonking. This should be an easy battle. It's on an iron node. Indeed, it was. I'm assuming this back-to-back iron node is because of our trait. We got lucky. Of course, this is the first Blint. He should be lucky. He should know only luck. I am very dug in here. There were a lot of changes to the underground. This underground, the default underground, is now kind of designed for settling. It has big open areas where you can expand your city and grow to glory and greatness, speaking of which we'll get a storehouse. But then there's a mode called exploration, which the fantasy for that is that you're delving into the unknown underground and exploring along the way, finding all the secrets and new stuff, and good fun. So, as a Giant King, we of course have our unique talent tree over here on the left. There are 3 sub-trees, if you will. The leftmost one has to do with item forging. We are a shaper, of course, a great crafter, of Worlds. So we can start off with Disenchanter, which gives us additional Binding Essence and Fragments. Fragments are a new resource that are used to craft Tier 3 or 4 items, that you can't just go straight into making Tier 4 items and ignore the other 2 tiers. As we get to the second row, we get to choose a new rune, or a rune. These runes all have a passive effect that buffs your Giant King, and then a new rune that you can use in the Item Forge. For us, the Rune of Power or Rock gives weapons +3 base damage and a chance to inflict bleeding. And the Rune of Protection Rock gives +1 defense and +1 resistance to the Giant King, and gives us the Rune of Protection, which is +2 defense and immunity to bleeding. Put on an armor piece. Also, the Rock Rune of Power gives us 10% attack damage, which is nice. The Rune of Command gives +3 status resistance to us, and the Rune of Command Rock, which while army leader, all non-hero units in army deal 10% bonus damage. Well, that sounds good. The Rune of Creation Rock grants +20 hit points, and we get access to the Rune of Creation Rock, which I believe this is a miscellaneous item. It applies to wands. This allows us to conjure a stone wall. 3 stone wall units in a line, which deal 30 physical damage and push back units on those hexes. Huh. And then I'm assuming it's just a wall. Nice. And at the apex, we can increase the infusion points by 1. There was a little confusion when they were initially talking about this. What it just means is there's another infusion point, so it's 6 at the max instead of 5. Not that it would go up to the 5th tier, which would of course increase scaling and be insane. The middle tree here is about the animated weapon. We can summon an animated sword. It lasts 3 turns like most combat summons. We can make it do damage when we summon it. We can upgrade it into a shield, which I believe has a stunning attack, which sounds pretty good. Or upgrade it into a hammer, which I believe is a shock weapon. Indeed it is. And then these are mutually exclusive, so you have to pick one. And then from there, we can pick either to reinforce the weapon, giving it 10 hit points, 2 status resist, +1 defense, +1 resistance, or to sharpen it, increasing its damage by 20%, and having a 90% chance to inflict sundered defense and or sundered resistance. So you kind of want to choose, do you want to be more aggressive or do you want to be more defensive? Probably just aggressive, right? And last but certainly not least, we have our ranged option. All the Giant Kings have a ranged ability. We get to throw a rock, which is nice. 30 damage to a unit. We can upgrade this to make it deal more damage and then inflict sundered defense and sundered resistance, or we can make it an AoE, which also increases cooldown by 1, so it's a 2-turn cooldown. I think that's what I want. If we were to go with the Sundering Boulder, though, we could make it concussive to give it a 120% chance of inflicting stun. I see why this is mutually exclusive now. Or make it do even more damage. If we were to go with the AoE, we can do the more damage one, or we can now deal damage in a 2-hex radius and further increase its cooldown. Well, that was a lot of talking and a lot of fantastic options. Where do we even begin? Probably by throwing a bigger rock. Blint Smash. Do we want another one of these? Maybe. The militia are the new pikemen. Peasants, that's what they're called. They're just tier 1 spear boys that are here to stab. Most importantly, they have a singular gold upkeep. So we can have a whole stack of this running around, and it's only going to cost us 6 gold. Magnificent. I believe there's something down here that we want to take a look at. Well, I want to take a look at it anyway. Nothing. Alright, I'm going to go this way. There are so many quarries near me. Or iron nodes. Alrighty, well, let's get to stabbing. I think we'll fight this one because it is on a magical material. And it is a risky battle. Out of curiosity, I just want to see how the AI does. The AI does pretty well. Let's see if I can do better. Now, for the Monarch, it's worth noting, this will trigger as long as we are in battle with the King. We don't need to be in the King's stack, just in his little retinue here. This battle. This will now deal 1 hex radius, so we can prepare for that. Can I actually stand in this? No, I didn't think so. I didn't think so, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. Probably. We'll stand here to give everyone here War Banner and heal up this defender. Because we do have the... I want to call it Cold-Blooded. Is that what we have? Tenacious. Because we are tenacious, even if we lose models on our little defenders who have 6 models by default. Ow! They'll still be relatively effective. Was that your net? Twas. The Butcher Ogres have had a slight rework to their Butcher's Cut. This now deals damage to target unit based on missing health. The target has an increased chance to gain bleeding, gain center defense, and on success, the Ogre will heal. It is no longer a death. Excuse me, a death! It's no longer that. Another fun little thing that I would like to use a bit. Base physical range and magic attacks of all defending units gain +3 range. Spicy. Another thing I'd like to use, these guys are kind of stuck, is Sunder Defense and Sunder Resistance will now stack up to 10 times. And on top of that, to make it even better, that can now go into a negative value, which would increase your damage. I just realized I have Rock Blast here I'm not doing anything with. So I think it would be really fun to have a build that's based entirely on reducing people's defense and resistance in order to just bonk them real good. Hello. Oh. This is why reading is important, team. You want to see something funny? Boop. Double kill. My axe, which I definitely should have read, deals damage in a 2-hex line. Very fancy. The hammer is a little cone in front of him, so it hits 3 hexes. We'll do some damage here. Oh, I could have hit the rock blast there. It's fine. I'm so focused on explaining all the changes that I, kind of slacking on the gameplay. I hope you will forgive me. At least a little bit. We'll stand here to blockade the way so our archer can get in here nice and safe-like. And we have our militiamen getting ready from the rear. In the rear with the gear. That was a lot of bleed damage. Wow. I see why the militiamen died. Bonk. Yeah, the Giant Kings are very strong. They hit super hard. That was also a fully juiced charge, though, so, that was best case scenario. We have our reinforced armor here. We picked it up off a troll, though, so I feel like it wouldn't I feel like it wouldn't fit. That's okay. As my voice cracks. The scout died. Well, that's not ideal. The scout is digging for me. We can't have the diggy die. That doesn't make any sense. So yeah, I would like to get Tome of Enchantments in order to fulfill my Sunder Defense ambitions, but we'll see if we can actually make that happen. It wouldn't be, well, I think it would be appropriate to go all in on Materium Tomes, but it would also be possibly ill-advised. But let's be honest. What else would the Shaper do? I don't think I actually want to go that far ahead. Would the Shaper not be totally into Materium? I think he would. I have once again found myself in a position where the militia can't squeeze their little faces through. It's okay. They'll guard the rear. In the rear with the gear. Which I'm sure I will quote again. And I'm going to use Rock Blast. This will interrupt this thing's defensive mode. We can deal some good damage. They're slow. Do you know what that means? No retaliation. Oh. Well, it removes a stack of it. Same thing if you ask me. It's not the same thing. We could go here for bonus damage. That's nice. We could stand next to our king. And shoot him. Sure, that'll do. Very good. So, feudal culture still very much benefits from overwhelming offense and defense, or whatever that's called. They just don't have the stand together anymore. They have functionally the same thing. Kind of. This isn't too friendly fire, doesn't it? That'd be very unfortunate. A horse mounts. Picturing the first Shaper on a horse is amusing. There are 5 units here. Good enough. I was saying, if a militiaman dies, it's really not that big of a deal. But he fled, so that's fine. Our little scout's going this way. It would be very unfortunate. Oh yes, all Giant Kings also have a rune seal, which they can summon on the target province, which will appear on an empty hex and terraform. Yeah. They'll start terraforming stuff around you. So, it's all well and good. I need to find a way up so I can start building. We'll go ahead and get Massive Boulder. This is a 2-hex radius boulder toss. The idea is we toss this as we're going in, and then it has a 3-turn cooldown, but we're in the thick of it. We're smacking. I feel broke. Should I feel broke? Probably not. Let's expand. We benefit from quarries, but I think I still just want a farm. Farms are good. It would tell me if this was being sat on, right? There's something invisible here. Yeah. How do I get up? Where are we ascending from? I need a passageway for my bonus Imperium. I don't understand. Lost some militiamen, I think that's okay. We should just little rock elementals. The militiamen exist to be thrown away. Which sounds terrible, but that's what they're here for. We got the shrine. Fantastique. We'll get the vendor, because it's boosted by a farm. We'll get another scout. I might even boost again. Blint the Under Mountain can level up. So the signature skills are still all the same that you're expecting, but every signature level, so 4, 8, 12, and 16, we gain runes. The Astral Rune, Reflecting Rune, reflects 20% of damage sustained by melee attacks, and all of them will increase our unit upkeep by 10 mana. The Critical Rune, 15% more critical hit chance. The Damage Rune, 15% more damage on attacks. The Vitality Rune, plus 20 hit points. The Guard Rune, plus 1 defense and plus 1 resistance. And the Dispelling Rune, at the start of a turn, dispel 1 negative status effect. I think we will be going for the Damage Rune, because it's damage. We could go Purging Strikes. Would this would affect the build targets, right? Assuming I can land it. Start of each turn, gain plus defense and plus resistance until the start of next turn. Or I could just grab this, not grab these, and have 2 points to spend. Now there's something to think about. And I'm thinking, and I'm liking. We might even get the sword. That sounds fun. Or, let's go for the runes here. So I think we'll go for the Rune of Power. This will give us plus 10% damage, so I just gained plus 20% damage on level up, which is nice. And give us, of course, the rune to work in the Item Forge. As a Giant King, we start with an Iron Item Forge. Isn't that nice? I don't believe I have any bits, though. Correct. So, perhaps we should start sacrificing things. Oh, there's an infestation down here. Okay. You've located a cage, which gives us a gargoyle. Nice. And that's somebody. That is the Crystal Dwelling. Do I really not have a way up in my little area? Yeah. I was so excited. There it is. But I don't think I can expand here. Pretty sure it's uninhabitable. Wow. What a twist. It's fine. So what does this do? Every turn, a province within 2 province radius of the structure gains mountain if on the surface or stalagmites if on the undergrounds. Alright. We'll grab military engineering. This will make it cheaper to build outposts. And we are going to basically save all of our Imperium now to get a city. Probably over here. I am sad. And here is our first opponent, which means we found them both. How did I run into you? That's a little concerning. This is Smaug the Terrible. In the past, the ancient past, the Giant Kings and the Dragon Lords were mortal enemies. The Giant Kings, of course, were the shapers of the primordial world. They represented order. And the Dragon Lords, of course, represented chaos. After seizing control of Erebor, Smaug the Terrible enslaved the dwarves to his selfish will. After ascending to Magehaven, he reveled in the vast dragon horde collected during his campaign. But his draconic greed has once again stirred. Despite being a dragon lord from the farthest reaches of the Astral Sea, he has sensed the awakening of Merida and the return of the Dragonkin's greatest foe. In pursuit of further riches and driven by an unknown vengeance, he has arrived to this waking world with a contingent of his Ereborian dwarves to plunder and pillage all that it is worth. The Ereborian invaders are tenacious, strong, and have underground adaptation. They are industrious culture, with equipment hoarders and ruthless raiders. He himself is an economic warlord, but that doesn't matter in a team game. We're here to fight, and Smaug is the first one we found. We have also located his friend, who's dead. This is the Witch Beast, who leads the Dark Hobbitses. I guess that's why we didn't get the interaction, because he's currently dead. Can I read the lore that I wrote? It's looking a lot like no, if you ask me. Is this because he's dead? No. The Witch Beast is an anomalous creature that should not exist. During the fall of Middle-earth, he was but an unintelligent and subservient fell beast. But his Dark Lord, perhaps out of sheer boredom, bestowed upon him a boon and an order. Enslave the hobbits of the Shire. With the Dark Hobbitses under his control, he pursued the enemies of his master, and even formed an alliance with one thought to be incorruptible. In victory, he ascended to Magehaven, where he fulfilled the dreams of his bloodline and became a true Dragon Lord. With the awakening of Merida, his fell blood stirs to conquer the realm of Dragonkind's ancient foes, and the Dark Hobbitses that have tasted blood crave more. The Dark Hobbitses are strong and athletic. They are the dark culture. They are also scions of evil and ritual cannibals. We are currently the weakest of all three factions. I don't know how I don't know how I met them, but they're over here with the Crystal Dwelling. Entering the Gilded Waste. Oh, this is a fated region? Making their way through the underground, your troops enter a cavern glittering in shades of gold. It appears indeed that there must have been an abundance of the precious metal in the region. Scattered ruins of Mirrodin to architecture connected by a railroad network and a myriad of mining carts suggest that in the days of ancient Merida, this must have been a flourishing gold mining complex. What still remains of this gilded splendor remains to be seen, but the glimmer in the eyes of your troops speaks volumes. Eager to hunt for the treasures of the old giant kings, your men await further orders. Well, let's connect with the earth to scry for the riches of lying ahead. Darn. That wouldn't have failed if I realized what this was, but I didn't. Okay, that looks like a nice city place. These are kind of difficult, though. Maybe not. We'll go bonk this in. I'm just going to build a bunch of militia, I think. Ah, here they are. Meeting Perpetual Sjalveld. These are based on Swedish names, so I apologize for the butchering. A floating formation of stone faces addresses you. Sjalfed welcomes you, brother. I am Tindok. We share ancient kinship, although our paths diverged aeons ago. You've heard of elder giants who turn themselves to crystals to preserve not just themselves, but also their lore. We, scholars of the cosmos, keenly note your mobility, giant, not out of envy, but out of utility. Like our Shialdri sentinels, our wisdom can guide you to erudition. The stone-faced entity's voice is monotonous, yet not without hopeful tone. We, the eternal sages, will reward your aid, Tindok concludes. You are eternally invited to our crystal dwelling to exchange knowledge and secrets. Offer to aid them, sure. The eternal sages greet you from within their crystalline library in Shelved. Welcome, the Shaper Brent the Undermountain, Tindok hums. We predicted your interest in helping us. Curiosity and ambition define most Godir, which makes you valuable allies in our pursuit of knowledge. We chronicle and collect all there is to know of the cosmos. As we cannot leave Shelved, you possess the power to retrieve what we cannot procure ourselves, the Eternal Sages conclude. Will you lend us your aid in this quest for wisdom? So, this is the first. We can ask for a quest, we can ask for a challenging quest, we can offer our knowledge, or we can give them mana, which will reveal a fated region. We are going to ask for a basic quest. This will give us just enough allegiance to reach the Stone Pact. The Eternal Sages approach you with a request. Long have we kept the fragments of a Retributor, a relic from a long-lost age. Its power is chronicled in legends. Despite their monotonous tone, there is a hint of embarrassment in the words of the Eternal Sages. Alas, we could not repair the item ourselves. We understand you control an item forge. Would you be able to reforge the Retributor? Will you reforge the Retributor for the Crystal Dwelling so that they may study it? Sure. Do I need... Wait, how do I do this? Ah, there it is. It's at the very top of the blueprints, and I just need 100 dust, which is short. Okay. I think we should keep summoning... Ooh. That might be dumb. It's fine. Oh, there's a free city here. Which is Floria Salvatos of the Free City Stronghold greets you for the first time. Salutations, first shaper of the Gigantimals. We Gigantimals humbly ask you to respect Stronghold's territory and independence. I forgot to give the stone to my city. Oh, right, Adam said it was like, I have a lot of these. Okay. This city seems to have spawned in a questionable position. The Monarch's Decree. So this is very important, probably for later though. For 2 turns, all friendly units gain the benefit of For the Monarch as though the Monarch were present. So if we get a B team going around, we basically want this active all of the time for their battles. We don't need it, so we're going to skip on it until I have more knowledge. I think I should make another archer. But I also feel like I should make another scout. I feel like I'm blind on this realm. I really have no way up. That's actually very unfortunate. A lot of the changes that they made to the underground spawn were to give more ways up. It'd also be very unfortunate if I just fall over here. Alright, we will put our little scout on auto mode here. This one as well. Unfortunately, I'm blind up here, but I'm assuming I'm going to be attacked. Feels like a safe assumption. We do have Cave Walk. Should be an easy bonk. Indeed, it was. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. So this is our first tier 3 item. We can disenchant it, you can see, for binding fragments. I think I want to keep this and we'll get rid of the rest of this. Although the crown's not bad. You know, we'll take the crown and we'll take this. And then we'll send the other one to the glue factory. Because we can't use shields, they're too tiny. Another change they made is here in the item forge, they reduced the crafting time of everything by 1. So tier 1 items come out instantly. You have forged the Retributor in your item forge. The Eternal Sages have sensed your success and approach you again. You have done well, First Shaper. Their emissary speaks to you monotonously. We are curious about the Retributor and its potential. The Eternal Sages are eager to study the effects of the Retributor. Will you hand it over? So we could keep it to ourselves and anger them, but we're going to befriend the big crystal head here and give it to him. Because there's a lot of cool things we can get for being their friend, and I'm hoping that I'll be the first one there because the AI will probably upset them. Probably. We shall get a quarry. This will, of course, let us build faster, but it will also appease our lord. Unfortunately, it didn't really boost anything worthwhile. I can build the library and next turn get it going. Our senior weapon is ready. This will give base melee and physical range attacks of our skirmisher, polearm, shock, shield, fighter, and range units, plus some physical damage, and a 60% chance of inflicting bleeding. We will not be having a whole lot of magical stuff going on, but we can trade with them. These guys are very similar to the Umbral Dwelling. You can you gain pact levels, and then you can trade with them. It looks like Smaug also got to the Stone Pact. Or is right there? Not sure. One really cool thing we can get here is the Litherite Scroll. This will give us 1 affinity of every type for the purposes of our research. Unfortunately, this all costs mana, which we're really low on. Stupendously low on. So we're going to have to fix that. Maybe instead of that, I can get this. There are mana nodes to the north, but we'll see. Maybe I just wait and see what comes to me. We'll get 1 more scout. We can use this to kind of keep an eye on the north. I expect the Witch Beast to be coming this way, but we'll see. Alright. Oh. Another one. At the foot of an imposing mountain, the path of your troop suddenly becomes blocked by a large, regal troll. Bow before Mount Godkeep, the troll calls out, pointing toward the glimmering structures towering atop the Mount Plateau. Seat of blood clan and throne of a mightiest troll king. That's a new unit. It flaunts the crown on its head. But troll king betrayed. Sons of Kjornir came. Poisoned minds of blood clan with pride. Ogres and trolls rebelled. Serve traitors. Reclaim troll king throne. Punish sons of Kjornir. The troll commands. Cultist cast spell. Crush cultist. Crush spell. Ask the troll kings where to find the sons of Kjornir. Do my best. Okay. So all these faded regions have very good resources in them, and they're great places to plop down cities. Fantastic regions, even. So we will want to go ahead and do that sooner rather than later. I actually think I have the resources to plop one down right now. So next time we expand, we'll grab this quarry, and that should boost this obelisk. It'll refund our stuff, and blah, 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 blah. It might even... Oh. Huh. I might just be popping a city down right here on this watchtower. I think. That's what I'm doing. I really hope the Witch Beast doesn't come. Yeah, go be busy with that. Leave me alone. There have been a lot of changes to sieges that might make it easier for me to survive, but we'll see. Also, quite unfortunately, Sure. Go here. While the militia have really cheap upkeep, you still have to pay full enchantment upkeep. So, as we spawn a whole bunch of them, our mana upkeep is going to go further and further down the drain. Keep that in mind. As I bleed even more. Do I build it here? I could have built it here this turn if I do. The thing with this is an ancient wonder, but it's kind of mimicking a landmark. Landmarks are new. This might even be a landmark ancient wonder. I don't know. Is it a thing? Basically, they give bonuses per adjacent claimed provinces. So it looks like we can annex the Godkeep, but additionally, all provinces around the Godkeep will gain +2 Imperium, which is incredible. So I think I do want to expand here. Or, plop this down here. I think this is going to be our next city. We have found a fantastic spot. By sheer dumb luck. What is this? Ooh. So much to do. So much to see. We will plop down another Call Militia. The mana continues to bleed, and we will expand onto this iron deposit. Voila. This was boosted, right? But, not quite enough. Need more mana. Okay, it looks like the Witch Beast is still hanging out here, but he's doing his own thing, so I'm not going to give him any ideas. We're going to pull back. I could wait one turn here, because, this is still in the domain. That's good to me. Alright. I have discovered the Giant Bane Fields. And immediately fell. Oh, they're right over here. So here's the landmark. Landmark. Provinces adjacent to this landmark gain +10 draft. If souls are obtainable, this province gains +2 souls. We probably won't see any, but who knows what the AI will do. It also gives the Undying Battlefield combat enchantment if there is a fight in this province, which means whenever something dies, it is resurrected as a berserk skeleton. A city with 3 provinces adjacent to this landmark gain. Tier 1 units have their recruitment cost reduced by 25% in the city, and if souls are obtainable, unlocks recruitment of Tier 1 skeletons. So fighting here is going to be very painful. In fact, we're going to build a watchtower so I can see. And then we're going to go straight into a city, I think. Probably should build walls first. But Adept Settlers is very helpful for forcefully expanding, so that's what we're going to do. One thing to note is we are on Pangaea. Pangaeas are very small compared to the map size that you would expect. Ooh, okay. So that's worth keeping in mind. We also need to start thinking about building our next army, and I need to not use any mana. I mean, we have a decent, militia thing going on here, but that's a militia thing. Go back 1. Get this guy in here. There have also been new field maps added, so that hopefully it doesn't feel like every map is the same. Let's get these guys here. And of course the gargoyle. The wonderful thing about the gargoyle is that he can fly. This might even be a new map. I think it is. Frozen. I unfortunately cannot remove enchantments at the moment. Unfortunately. I think we'll just tie this guy up too. These are, of course, combat summons, so they're not that important. Yeah, there we go. I think I'm just going to chill. No need to get crazy or anything. Just going to vibe. Have a great time. Might send this guy over here. Have a look. A look-see. Now, all of these things are multi-modular. I think that's how you would say that. So bonking him with a rock was a good call. Just get rid of all this. Unfortunately, they were wise with their positioning, but we can still have the Undermountain come bonk it. He is, in fact, the whole mountain. See, Smaug is under the mountain. I am the mountain. That's the difference. A difference we're going to have to teach him. You can take care of that. Have the gargoyle come bonk this. Make sure we're buffing our boy. Our king. The monarch. Alright. Easy as pie. You thought. Boop. Alright. Good job, gargoyle. Alrighty. The resilient greaves of swiftness. Ooh. I think I might melt this. Beaten and wounded, a dark warrior of the sons of Kyornoe speaks to your troops, still instilled with pride. You think you can stop us? The dark warrior calls out, his jaw kept in movement by dark magic alone. For our gods, the Kyornoe, death was just a door, a mere pathway to new powers. He rips an icicle from his shoulder, squashing it with his fists. They alone dare to oppose the false order of the Archons. As sons of the Kyornoe, we carry on their legacy and master their magic. Immortality is nigh. With a terrible cry, the Dark Warrior pours out his own soul, seeking to escape your reach. Well, I don't have any mana, so off you go. If I had any mana, this would be a different story, but I don't. Oh. This is unfortunate. Alright, we'll keep you here. Summon Lesser Stone Spirit is in. The Call to Glory is a feudal spell. I believe both Aristocracy and Monarchy get it. For 3 turns, all friendly units gain a +5 morale. And we are going to have to come up with a way to stop the Witch Beast. And I think I know one such way. Next turn. I want the Royal Smith, and I want the castle. Let's go with the castle. This isn't fixing of our mana bleeding problems, but we can expand onto this, and then onto this, maybe. Would be a good way to fix it. I'm a little busy, but I think that's going to be our solution here. A high-risk battle. Oh, there's a Tyrant Knight and a Transmuter. That's actually super scary. We'll see how the AI does. Wow, the AI lost only a Defender and a Gargoyle. Let's see if we can do better. This also has the Wave of Tranquility. So every 2 turns, all status effects on all units are dispelled. That's fine. Because the Monarch thing is not dispellable. And that's our main buff here. So, there are actually a few things to talk about here. On the opponent's side. And we'll talk about them in a moment. I'll probably just heal this guy up to full. Blint's not full health, but he's kind of close. So, there are... Well, first of all, the Tyrant Knight is over here somewhere. This unit did not receive any changes, but it will be receiving changes in the next expansion. The Archons of Prophecy, or the Archon Prophecies. This unit received changes this expansion, and it went from arguably the worst battle mage to arguably one of the best. It now has a physical fire damage range attack that has a 30% chance of inflicting Gilded. We'll see more of that later. And its 1 hex stun has been changed to a 1 hex, 12 physical, 12 fire, dealing damage and inflicting sundering defense. And if successful, it grants bolster defense for 3 turns to all friendly units within 2 hexes of the caster. So it's literally transmuting your defense for its defense. That will probably be the only battle mage we see. That's it. So yeah, exciting stuff. These guys are pretty tanky. I kind of want to run it down. Oh, that was really... Oh, I made a big mistake. Can I do this in... Alright, well. Do it this way then. By moving this archer over here, I opened up the way for the defender to kind of get in here. Or the tyrant to get in here. So instead what we're going to do... Ooh, that could be good. I think I want to wait back here, though. We're going to... This guy's ability to fly is going to be very helpful. With this militia kind of in the way. I might lose a militiaman here, but I'm okay with that. Well, that's unfortunate. But it should be fine. Oh, instantly gilded. I mean, that is the militia. The militia are not very good for their, I mean, no, they're baby tiers. Maybe I should have gone Fleetfoot. That would have been fun. This is going to be very painful. But maybe this will go off and remove all my burning. There's a good thought. Think happy thoughts. How dare you hit the king? Okay. Nice. I mean, perfectly calculated. We might lose the gargoyle here. Nope, okay. We'll do this to stop its retaliation, then the militia can shank it to death. This is probably fine. I just need to open the way. Then... the king! And smash. Come on and slam. And book 'em to the jam. Nailed it. No losses. Got the resistant cloak. Ooh. Once per turn, this unit gains bolster resistance when hit by magic attack. That could be good. At the verge of her last breath, a warlock of the Sons of Geomancy suddenly burst out in laughter. Have you seen the ogres? The warlock asked, giggling, her sanity long gone. And they splash like big frogs, green intestines, blue goo, paint the walls, bloat 'em with magical essence, prick 'em with an ice shard, and plop. It's funny, stupid. She spouts blood as she laughs. They think we'd grant them power. Oh yes, green splashing frog power. The warlock collapses. If her lunatic last words contain any grain of truth, the Sons of the Geomancy is abusing the Blood Clan as sacrifice in its vile rituals. We shall soon find out. I'm sorry. Are you building an outpost in my city? Oh, I made a mistake. Just kidding. Well... I was going to disable, like, everything but the plinths. However, so many of them showed up. And then we have a bunch of the story characters. Oh, hey, look at you. I know who you are. So, a change you can notice here is that whenever you previously recruited from the Pantheon, they would all have Gaudier governor. Now, there's a governor for each type of Gaudier. And I think it's only appropriate. Oh, I can't do Dominator, though. So it's only appropriate that the champion returns, but Dominator is basically unusable for me. Maybe we just bring back the Unmaker. from the first sponsored video. Although that's too far away. I need a hero now. I need a hero. Oh, hey, this is new. Let's go. Let's get Trollkin Governor. So Trollkin Governor is a new governor type that benefits largely from foresters, but also allows you to recruit trolls and ogres from your city, the assigned city. So each forester grants +2 city stability. Each forester grants +2 draft and allows you to recruit butcher ogres and brewer ogres. At tier 3, each province with rivers grants +2 food income, and you can recruit river trolls. And at tier 4, each forester grants +2 mana, and you can, recruit swamp trolls. Now, Mira Salvatus is probably going to have her skills refreshed. Or maybe not. I mean, I always like Devastating Evocation. I feel like that's just the way. But maybe we do this Sundering Evocation. So, Sundering Evocation turns lightning into a debuff ability, which means we can actually manipulate it even further with Curse. Plague Magic attacks and debuffs. Debuffs do decay. Curse turns into a hex. Where is it? Attacks and debuffs. So you can do Inflict Disrupted, which is actually very strong. It's like a late game thing, but... Most importantly, this does guaranteed Sunder defense, and I kind of wanted to manipulate that. So it feels like that's appropriate, you know? You know what, Mira? We'll take you. And you will lead the Dread Legion in defiance of Smaug. Excuse me. The Witch Beast. I mean, and in defiance of Smaug. So we got the Root of Power. We could get this. It would be really funny. Or that. So now we have +3 status resistance, and we get the Rune of Command Rock. I believe Blint the Undermountain is already capped. He's very close. He's already at 72% status resistance, which is actually crazy. Good luck freezing him. There's a new Empire skill available. Master Masons. We probably do actually want this. We are short on mana. We are. Unfortunately, our scout... Oh, it's a scout on scout battle. Oh, if I had mana, I could win this. Darn. Well, maybe. Alright, we can't annex this until it has been cleared. So we're going to have to go this way. Oh, that's unfortunate. I am literally going to be 1 turn short, unless I can build roads. Which is, what, 6 turns from now? Shucks. Alright, Mira. No. That's why you always guard your buildings. Mira's job is to go find the Witch Beast. So I can't actually build... We're going to need the farmstead too, which gives food and then food. Food and food. Nice thing to get, you know? So I have 2 options here. I can either build a 3rd city, which is not... What the... Uh-oh. I don't know what that's from. I can build a 3rd city, or I can get Master Masons. I don't really have a place to build another city right now. I think we'll go Master Masons. Master Masons will save us over time. Like, it'll pay itself back. Crosswall. So we're going to annex... Ooh. We're going to annex this as a farm. Or a forester? I think this could be my only forester. I should probably make it a forester. Nice. And then we're going to annex this. I might have to boost it, depending on what we get here. Do I go in with this? I'd like to bring in the gargoyle, but I think this is all I've got. I'd have to plan ahead, which I didn't do. You explore the Argent Weald of Vitreous? Is there an E in Vitreous? Guess so. A tall knight clad in silver armor waits for you. Oh, is this a new one? A bunch of the Ancient Wonders got a third event. The Silver Knight draws its sword. Visitors in the Silver Realm? Has my master finally sent relief? Howling astral keepers step forward from the trees. I see. As I am not yet permitted to venture outside, you are not permitted to venture within. The astral keepers turn to your troops, snarling. It appears my master wishes you dead, the knight declares. The Silver Knight points his blade at you and lunges forward. We will fight each other until one of us falls. In the upcoming battle, Duelist protection for the Silver Knight is active. The Duelist takes reduced damage from all units, except from the stack leader of the opposing army. Oh. So he takes less damage from everything except for Blinty Boy. A high-risk battle. Okay. 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 So it's literally this guy is here to slap. Fair enough. I respect it. There. I probably am throwing the rock. Gorok, the Rock Johnson. But we'll see. That's probably what I'm doing. Who knows, though? Ooh, he's summoned. Okay. Remember, the Under Mountain has 72% resistance. Go tie this up. Status resistance. So, also Mirror Veil is in play, but a fun quirk about Mirror Veil is that it reflects elemental damage. And I mostly do not do that. Mostly. Okay, that's actually very annoying. He is probably going to kill one of the defenders, if I had to guess. Okay, not bad. Alright. So, Blint could bonk this. Could go bonk that as well. He could bonk that. Which might be the play. Get rid of everything, basically. Go here. We'll stand with him. I might even put him here just to block, like fully block him in. So he doesn't get any crazy ideas. And there's literally no point in me attacking, so. No matter who he hits here, the other one will give him defense mode, yeah. Cool. And we can, I mean, we're not going to do any damage, but we can give him Thunder defense and whatnot. Okay. Oh, you want to... Ow! Hmm. Okay. This will let Blint run around. Because Blint has to kill him now. I think. So. I can bring... Where are we going? Okay, I can bring you here. So now Blint can move around. And bonk. Great. I was in position to heal in case we needed it, but we're all good. Oh, alrighty. You have scavenged equipment from the defeated heroes. The breastplate of the champion! this is a new feature. Typically, when you kill the hero prior to this patch, you would, get the hero in your crypt, I guess prison is also possible, and you would either free them or slay them to get their stuff. And you would get all of the items they have equipped. Now, whenever you defeat a hero, you salvage one of their items. It will always pick the highest tier items, and if they have, multiple tier 4s or whatever, it'll randomize between them. It also has a chance to just give you their mount on top of this. So we actually scavenged an incredible item. You could only obtain one of these from the Imperium tree later on in the mid-game. But now I have it, and Blint is now a true monstrosity. The Silver Knight lies at your feet, its blade cracked, but not broken. The knight scoffs. Once, it says, I was the Wanderer. I sailed the astral sea on a quest of my own, until my master bound me in this form. Now, I am doomed to return in another Argent Weald, in another realm. Already the Silver Knight's body begins to fade away, in an everlasting cycle, until my master decides otherwise. You have an opportunity to break the Silver Knight's curse, or seize another boon from the abandoned Argent Weald. So you could break the blade to end the curse. That's a good boy thing. Wouldn't it be incredibly ironic if the first Shaper Blint was a good boy and all subsequent Blints were evil, misinterpreting his great will? That'd be pretty funny. We could bind an Astral Keeper. Now this is funny. The Astral Keepers are usually a unit you cannot obtain. We can study the forest to get some knowledge, or we can sever the Knight's hand to display as a trophy. For some Imperium. It's just a touch over 1 turn of Imperium. I mean, that is a decent amount. I don't want the knowledge. This is a turn and a half of knowledge. We shall destroy the blade and end the curse. Which also gives us a lot of crafting stuff. So we can actually make a better... Well, first of all, hold on. The breastplate of the champion. This is an insane item. And it's also kind of insane that we picked it up. Do you want this? She already has 6 resistance. Maybe we just melt this down. And build something magnificent. So there are items, of course, for the Giant Kings. The giant weapons, they're down here. You can see the obelisk. Oh, let's go to Rune Steel for a second. This is the mage weapon. But we are going to build a giant axe. We have the Rune of Rock for bonus damage. 10% critical hit chance. And I believe tier 3 is the highest we can go. Yeah. So, I mean, the Brutal Bloodletter. The Great Bonk. No. Ask him a question. Yes. Blint has a sense of humor. We also got a ton of mana for completing it, and once we annex it in 4 turns, we will get even more. We can also make Mira Salvitis the governor, and this forester gives her a little bit of city stability. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of potential foresters around here, so her potential growth as governor is not ideal, but that's okay. We're going to send in our scout first, because our scout is our... We call this Godkeep. This is called the Godkeep. We can give this Godkeep. No, we'll go Giant Keep. That's what we'll do. The scout is here as our eyes, our ears, and our sacrificial pawn. I want to keep going this way. Money is okay, which is a statement I didn't think I would actually ever say. We need a forester. So we'll probably build the Royal Smith here. Ooh, bathhouse. Library. We'll go bathhouse. It's usually important to get that going. We are actually good. Isn't that nice? So I think these two marauders are stuck inside of the Fated Region. And as long as I don't do anything too silly, we should be chilling. I think they're just patrolling it. I am going to go up here. We're going to go up here and see if I can... Ignore that. See if I can get over towards this Imperium thing. Maybe we have to go all the way around. I have to heal either way, so it doesn't matter exactly what I do. I'll pop out a scout here too. Just to see. Now, it's important for the aristocracy, the other subculture, where you build your units. But for us, it's not. It's just a very simple question. Okay, it looks like the Witch Beast left. Which I think means I can bring my hero to me. We can go through here too. The simple question is the Monarch present or not? We'll go Earthkin. This will give us defense, mountain camouflage, and mountain walk. Our negotiations have succeeded with our little vassal here. Unfortunately, they're kind of boxed in. Very unfortunately. So we won't be recruiting them. The Gilded Waste. Forces from another empire have found a way to open the secret center chamber of the Gilded Waste. We need to hurry up if we don't want them to claim all the treasures within. Oh. Huh. Oh. Okay, good. Oh, the Witch Beast has a lot of forces. Huh. Goodbye, Scout. Oh. The Eternal Sages contact you from within their crystalline library in Shalved. Greetings, first Shaper, Blint the Undermountain. Tindor comes. It has been some time since we last communed. As you are aware, we scour the realm for knowledge. We seek to chronicle and preserve all lore held by the cosmos. We surmised you would be interested in aiding our cause. Naturally, we will reward you for your endeavors. Since we cannot leave Shalveld, we appreciate your capacity for retrieving what we cannot procure ourselves, the Eternal Sages conclude. Kindly consider aiding us in a quest for knowledge. How can I offer an item that hasn't been made yet? Or was it just made? We'll ask for a quest, I guess. The Eternal Sages approach you with a request. We have long philosophized the power of a hypothetical weapon, a deep drinker, if you will. They explain in a hollow voice. Should this deep drinker come into existence, we wish to keep and study it. We believe you possess an item forge. We can provide you with the forging instructions if you agree. Will you forge the deep drinker? I will. Imagine if there was lightning strike in this game. Time to leave. I need money. Okay. I believe I can make this. So let's grab this. You have forged the Deep Drinker in your item forge. The Eternal Sages have sensed your success and approach you again. You have done well, First Shaper. The emissary speaks to you monotonously. We are curious about the Deep Drinker and its potential. You can have it. So I think what's going to happen here, the Witch Beast is flirting with disaster. Ooh. The towering Butcher Ogre gibbers in terror at your army's approach. He hunkers down, hiding his features behind gigantic fingers. Seeing their leader submit, the rest of his tribe follows suit. The area is soon filled with the sounds of mournful howls and deep-throated cries for mercy. Do you allow the plaintive Butcher Ogre and his gigantic clan to retreat, or will you attack? We'll conscript them as laborers. That does block recruitment for 6 turns, which is a lot. But I think it will be worth it in the end. I hope anyway. As I was saying, the Witch Beast is playing with fire. I would like to clear all of this. But I think it's more important that we go and deal with him. So we're going to move north. Should be easy. We're going to move north, and I'm going to use this underground passage to kind of backdoor, or, you know, get behind the Witch Beast, because that connects right to the place he's at, the Gilded whatever. 6 turns of not being able to recruit, though, could really backfire on me. A lot of this is going to come down to how spicy the Witch Beast is feeling. We'll see. Oh, I need to equip the axe as well. Of course, as we get more... Ooh. Ah, this isn't quite what I wanted. Sure, we'll go this way. Oh. As we get more magical materials, we'll be able to make better and better axes. To axe better questions. Ooh. That wasn't quite as much as I was hoping. Here. I don't know. That'll give War Banner to, the gargoyles. Wow. 25%. Nailed it. Cool. Let's get our boy in there. Bonk. Get the gargoyle over here. Bonk. And stab. The militia are going to be very effective against the Dragon Lords if they actually do connect, because they're polearm units. They may be bad polearm units, but they're polearm units. Alright, made it onto the mountain here. Or the road, excuse me. I'll boost this out so we can start working on walls. Because a city without walls can just be walked onto, which is no bueno, of course. We have loads of production. Let's get a Wizard's Tower. Get that bonus Imperium rockin' and rollin'. And we, of course, have Axima Question. Beautiful. Ooh. Okay. A beautiful chess piece for Mira as well. The Charged Mantle gives additional magic damage. I have the Blessed Dragon mount. Do we care? Probably not. Having but Stallion is funnier. We could also make her a weapon, I suppose. We could even... Do I dare? There's a new item. Did I get it? I did not know. I only could get half of the new tree. But I did get a Magma Orb. This is a new item. Which has the... So these, I believe, you can't change their basic ability. And whenever they shoot something, they cause the target hex to be set on fire. Which is all well and fun. I can't make it a pirate. Okay, what if we just do a basic one then? Apparently lightning damage is the only thing I can do. So we'll get Wizard's Bloodletter. Zappy Rock. That'll do. No! She was caught! Oh. The AI thinks this is an impossible battle. We'll see how it does. That's not good. Dying is one thing. Oh, you know what? What if we full retreat? Is it a guaranteed death if you retreat? I don't think it is. So, the problem here is this army has 2 heroes. I might just retreat here. I think we're retreating. There is a chance that we survive. It's like 50% or something. It's not good. But It's probably better than just certain death. Or... Wait a minute. You know what? I think we might have a chance. I don't think we do, but the AI is acting weird. This positioning here. Yeah, I think it might have been better to just run. But let no one say... Oh! That the Gigantimals ever gave up. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Maybe I can kill, I was gonna say, maybe I can kill Smaug here. Nope. No can do. And of course, this is not Smaug. This is the Witch Beast. I don't know why I keep getting them confused. They're two very different units. Yeah. Darn it. I thought more of them had died in this event. That is unfortunate. That's actually a huge problem. Did she go to my crypt? Or... Oh, yes, she did. Okay. So... That means we just get this. And her army was mostly militia, so it's not that big of a deal. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, though. I still think the plan is to backdoor her here. I could also build another city over here, because there's a wonder, and it can... it could kind of like come around here and kind of encircle it. Not the worst idea I've ever had. I've had a few bad ones. There's Argent Weald. That fixes our mana. We don't want this. We'll get it here in a moment. New Empire skill is available. You know what? We'll take Fruitful Integration. We have the Zappy Rock. We'll get it in a minute. Oh, no, she was taken. Ah, shite. It's fine. I mean, I found the Shire. It's probably not a good idea for me to go after it, though. Sieges have been changed, and the Headlong Assault is really spooky. Okay, do I want a new hero, then? Industrious, fortifying, recruiting. Imperialists. We've only met one free city so far. And I'd like to have a mage. We could go for a ranger. I know I have an orb here. I'm not sure if I can complete Delver, though. Recruiting governor. We'll do this one. Alright, Ella, the puzzler. You have big shoes to fill. Fortunately, she's level 1, but she can use the Zappy Rock. Looks like I also lost the really good chess piece. It's probably salvaged instantly. Or scavenged, excuse me. You can use this. We'll see. So the recruiting governor gives us additional recruitment, and units cost less to recruit. Tier 1 and Tier 2 recruit at plus 1 rank, and then Tier 3, 4, and 5 get plus 1 rank. Okay. I believe Blint would defeat the Witch Beast if they were to engage in combat. Do I want this? I mean, I do. Alright, we'll take out one of the defenders here. and put in a gargoyle. We'll get this going. As you near the gate of the Shrieker's tomb, the noise of busy pickaxes echoes from its walls. A band of grave robbers can be spotted working inside, but before you can act, one of the grave robbers yells in horror when a skeletal hand grabs his arm. The grave robbers flee, leaving you and your army to deal with the Bone Dragon and other horrors that emerge from the coffins around them. The grave robbers' greed has awakened the dead, and you find yourself in the midst of it. Well, I would like this. I don't think it's possible. So I think the play then is to try and claim revenge. That's the plan. Ooh. Get some militia going. I need mana desperately. I'd love some knowledge as well. I'll go with mana. It's possible he's just going to immediately besiege this. Or... not besiege, but... raid that. He might get... ooh. He's going for the throat. So, we can actually, like, retreat. One of the changes that came with sieges is that a city that is in... if you're inside of a besieged city, you cannot leave. But, I mean, what if I just take your city? What if we trade capitals? What then? And you cheated. Earthkin is in. It's time for our first... no, our second tier 1 tome. Wow, I am slow. Alright, well, what do we want? I think I kind of want Tome of Enchantment. Like I said, I really want to lean into this, Sunder Defense shenanigans. We could even go Discipline. It doesn't really make sense, though. Let's go Enchantment. We're going to ignore the golems, of course, but the rest of it will be mine.
Enchantment is truly a union of the worldly and the arcane, as it requires both a steady smithing hand and magical prowess. Enhance weaponry, tools of labor, and even your people to see your empire rise above any other.
So we rolled both the enchantments, which is primarily what I want. So we'll lock... what should I go for? I think we'll lock Sundered Blades and go for Purging Arrows. It gives bonus damage to magical origin creatures. And, yeah. Some other stuff. Uh-huh. I think I'm going to lose my city, team. I think this is gone. I like how library is the thing that's boosted here. I mean, I'll put this in queue, I guess, but I suspect I'm not going to be able to keep that. Is this Smaug? What's over here? It is. He's come to the defense of his ally. So, sieges. Sieges have changed quite a bit. First of all, you can see the things have lost their defense structure damage because there's not a whole lot of defensive structure addition. This is only at 30 as a throne with palisade walls, and I believe it's only like stone walls that can add it, and then maybe one more thing later. On top of that, all of these baseline siege projects, well, I suppose every siege project has changed, but these no longer are just guaranteed effects. So the tower bombardment does not just destroy towers. It deals damage to tower units, 20 physical damage to a random one 4 times. Also, these towers are now physically controllable, and they hurt. a lot. Headlong Assault also has been dramatically nerfed. Units besieging the city take 20 physical damage at the start and suffer exhaustion, which means they cannot be healed. Onagers are still pretty good, which is what we'll be doing. And I think I will do Tower Bombardment, because these towers hit so hard. The Underthrone has also been besieged. So my plan is to try and bait them away from this, because this is difficult terrain for them to walk. So if I can like pull them away to attack me, or if they start separating, maybe I can exploit it and get something good out of it. But I think we're just going to come to the reality that I'm going to lose my capital city, unfortunately. I think that's what we're just going to realize. Oh, that's so bad. Okay, at least this can go up here. Maybe I integrate the city. Oh, yikes. Oh, I can't even integrate it. Duh, we're too early. So, we are in so much trouble. So this guy's going to take 2 turns to get over here. He's probably going to bonk my scout. So I'm going to kind of rotate this way to see if I can get Smaug to attack me. Just me. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, I have a happening. The star that represents the staff gem in the constellation of Anon's Ascent gleams as bright as the waxing moon. Those who normally tend to the wounded or who empower warriors from afar sense a hidden power burning inside them. They grow more potent, but the magnitude of their magical might weighs them down. Proud mages and healers stand taller than ever before, now that their power is surging. Their decreased speed clearly worries them not. The support units and battle mage units have +1 range, but they have slow movement in combat. Which I don't think is ideal, but it is what it is. So this is Smaug's first battle. It is a risky battle, but we are perfectly evenly matched. Probably. I'm kind of curious how the AI does. The AI wins. Okay, let's see. Giant Kings are very good at the auto-resolver. The AI is quite adept at using them, which cannot always be said for the Dragon Lords, but... Now we have to plan carefully. We have to plan around the slow movement of our bannermen. I've done something crazy. We're going to cast Call to Glory. This will give us morale every turn. I'm going to let them come to us. Although, don't you have... Oh, okay. I'm glad I checked that. That's such a hard counter. So he has the Cascading Flame. That was his Ascendancy trait, I remembered. I'm glad I remembered to check it. So next turn we'll toss our rock. There it is. Oh, they were still connected back here. Darn. This way. It's 3 AP to throw the rock, right? No, it's 1. Okay, great. Good throw. Get on the healer here. Everything is on fire. You hate to see it. The good news, if you can call it that, is that the Are these? No, they're just anvil guards. What the heck? The industrious culture is very focused on being defensive. So I wonder what breath he went with. Because this could be really painful depending on how... Perfect hit. This all pans out. Okay, he has the basic one still. How do we want to go here? You're going to want our gargoyle to kind of prepare from the side here. Probably shut down one of the archers, maybe. We'll see. Okay, he went that way. They dropped a fireball, my little boy. All right. Now I can actually... That seems pretty good to me. Let's get rid of Smaug. Big damage. Goodbye. Who's king of the mountain now, Smaug? Me. It's me. Okay. And as planned. Perfection. Why is it so hard to hit you? I don't know. Just is. Alright. Very good. A tough battle, but... Oh, he lived. As long as we have no more losses, I think it was a success. This should be a good kill here. Yes. Now, Smaug does have one more city coming to reinforce, or one more army coming to reinforce. This is not too friendly fire. Good. But I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. Like I said here and replenish. Nice. Oh. Hello. This hasn't been claimed yet. Wow, he ignored me. Okay, well. Oh! So, wait, hold on, I'm thinking. So, city. We can do this. This is winnable. This is so winnable by cheesing. So one of the things that's been changed, besides not being able to leave the city, is when you sally out like this. I went into the city, so I'm stuck in the city. And now I'm going to sally out to attack. Let's see how the AI does. Okay. But while sallying out, we get to fight in the siege battle. So as you can see, we're in the siege battle. Their siege projects are active. The onagers, the break the walls. But my defenses are active. My ballista, which next turn, I can use all of them to start doing some shenanigans. So we're going to full move over here. And then we're going to shoot people. I'm sorry. What? Okay, they did kill one. Okay. So the AI knows to kill these now, which is a little unfortunate, but it is what it is. I think I can just kill this one. Because from here, we can kill this. We need to make sure that my my hero is safe. And we can use the spell to keep interrupting counterattacks. Ow. This is a combat summon, disappears next turn. What did this even come from? Wow. So remember when I said I could do this? That was contingent on my ballista staying alive. And not having his summons ruin everything. Okay. I'm thinking. I'm thinking really hard. It's really going to take me to cast a spell here. Okay. The ballista's alive. This is probably a death. So, if something sallies out against you, oh, I get to do this again. Nice. If something sallies out against you and you win, so, in this case, the AI wins. What the what? You'll be able to attack with the walls fully... wind barrier. Fully destroyed. I have to take the 18%. Or whatever it was. You know what I should have done? I should have dragged him towards this ballista. But there's no winning this, unfortunately. Too many summons. I didn't foresee that. Could I have won without summons? Actually, maybe I could have. I don't know. This might have been winnable. Oh, one turn. That was so close. Man. Oh, well. Alright, Blintz. Let's make you a better fighter. We'll go Knight, giving in defense and maximum HP. We win in 2 turns, and I once again have lost another hero. But I'm about to claim the Shire. Smaug has withdrawn. I did that. Ella was captured. That was unfortunate. A lot of, I have lost my throne city. So, I think what can I can move my throne city to this. Okay, I'm going to put this in the pocket. Because if the AI moves off, I can drop a summon on this. Some very amusing things can happen. If the AI is silly. We know the AI is silly. But how silly? Silly enough. The Underthrone reclaimed! Get good. Always leave something when you're capping a city. Alrighty. We can now recruit the Aspirant Knight. This is... Isn't he beautiful? The Aspirant Knight is the Knight from Tier 3, dropped down to Rank 2. It is a shock unit that is quite potent. However, it has Isolation Slayer. So if you, this is really meant to target the units that are kind of outstanding by themselves. If you, charge into something that is standing with the stack, you will deal 6 less damage. It's turn 23 and I only have 2 cities. As an adept settler. Something is wrong. You know what else is wrong? I have the Shire. We'll do this ourselves. The ability to aim the ballista, they also buffed them a little bit, I think, has really changed siege battles. Like, they are much more difficult than they were earlier. But we're going to take the Shire, and with it, we will reclaim Ella's body. Unfortunately, I have lost the Zappy Rock, but it's fine. We will reclaim the body of our first Gigantomole. And life will be swell. The Witch Beast is not dead. Okay. It's Smaug that's dead. This should break, like, all of these walls. Most of them. Okay. Just go in. The gargoyle is weak to spirit damage, but that wasn't enough to kill it, unfortunately. Oh, that's not a gargoyle. I have the gargoyle. That's a dark warrior. Still dead, though. We'll hide back here near the house. And we can shoot our onagers. Launch the catapult shots. Beautiful. Witch Beast is throwing everything it has at me. Oh, I'm gonna lose the gargoyle. That's unfortunate. It was very greedy positioning. Bonk. Just how it was very greedy of him to move forward with that archer. I'm decaying. It's actually possible for Blint to fall over then. Like, the first Shaper can die here. Could die here. Not can. I really don't want him to. No. Okay. Cool. Come on, you can do it. Yes, smack them. Okay. Decay remains a supreme nuisance. We'll go ahead and migrate this to the Gigantomoles. And we have learned the lesson of the AI. We will not be stepping off this tile. Now, the AI is looking at Giant Keep with greed and envy in their eyes. Which is not ideal. It's okay. Whoops. We'll get the Royal Smith going, which should allow us to pump out some more units. I do want an Aspirant Knight, and I want a Bannerman. I need more drafts. More drafts. Oh, hello. Goodbye. Ooh, we have some lava over here. I love it. So we're going to have the militia hold down the capital. If I integrate this, the city can expand above unless I, take this. So maybe I won't take it. What do we need here? We need money. We'll get our governor back in a minute. Giant Keep has expanded. We'll get knowledge because I am behind. Oh look, Giant Keep has been besieged. I'm shocked. Shocked, I say. The Eternal Sages contact you from within their crystalline library in Shalved. Greetings, First Shaper, Blint of the Undermountain. It has been some time since we last communed, and they want to give me a quest. Oh hey, they want me to get rid of a worm and retrieve the Multiplying Ring. We have long kept records of a relic called the Multiplying Ring. At last, we have learned of its location in the fertile plains above Bastion, they say to you in a monotonous tone. We wish to study the Multiplying Ring and store it within our vast crystalline libraries. However, it is defended by a caustic worm and its army. Oh. Ooh, a new moth. So this is the Pyromoth. It is a new wildlife unit. It is a battle mage. It has a pretty basic fire attack. This is just like the Pyromancer, but it has a 1 hex radius attack that always inflicts burning. So it's like the Pyromancer. I think it's slightly better though, because the Pyromancer is not a guaranteed burn. I need, like, anything to come save this. I might have to pull off the same trick. Let's put this in the pocket. It also costs gold to summon Militia instead of mana like most summons. So you see I've been besieged, so the scout can't actually leave. It has to hold the grounds. Hold its grounds. No hero, because we'll get a hero in a minute. We have reached the next stage of Empire skills. Unfortunately, I can't really use Metropolitan Society. I love this one. This is one of my favorite Empire skills, but unfortunately, I can't. We'll get road building, because I love to build roads. Perhaps a little too much. Smaug has returned to Erebor. We now know where this is. And it's right next to Shialved. One of the things that you should know about the Crystal Dwelling before you turn it on is this whole area is uninhabitable. So even if you were to destroy Shialved, you would not be able to annex any of the provinces here. We are going to get an Aspire Knight. We'll send this to the Underthrone. You can now recruit. When using the Rite of Ages, you can dictate where the unit is going to spawn. This is more for the aristocracy, but can be useful for anybody. The Shire is about to be picked up. Our domain's been invaded. I really forgot how small the Pangea was. Pangea maps are so small. I was just like, oh yeah, this is appropriate. And we have found the Famished Fields. Daunted by the vast, desolate ruins extending towards the horizon, your troops are contacted by a shimmering spirit from afar. Beware, brave citizens, the Blessed Soul shouts as it draws near, for you are entering an accursed land. In ages long past, this was the domain of a terrible traitor king. Though Cormac Boltcaster fell to the rightful punishment of my people, his broken spirit continues to plague the realm, inflicting beasts, worms, and even the soil itself with an insatiable hunger. The Blessed Soul examines your troops. Only when the manifestations of Cormac's malice have been weakened, the spirit of Cormac Boltcaster himself may be challenged and forever destroyed. We shall consider this a warning as we enter this area. I feel like it'd be cool if I could just bonk the dragons and then explore the map. Should have brought that into consideration as I was making this, but that's okay. Anything that isn't explored in this playthrough can be explored in another playthrough. That is a bastion. I could always have 2 Calm Militia. You know what I might do? What? They knocked down the Wizard Tower? Oh, right. That happens. When you lose your Throne City, the Wizard's Tower gets knocked down. I think it's because there can only be 1 Wizard's Tower per owner. But do you see what I see? Your astrologers had already predicted it. The luminous star in Anon's ascent returned to its original brightness. While bannermen wail about the loss of their powers, warriors are keen to point out that they have not disappeared, but merely returned to their original strength. Mages and soothers vainly inspect their hands, which yesterday wielded such great magical force. They lament their tempering. Do you? So, this is one of the events where you can get the enchant permanently if you would like. We can either spend mana to do it, or we can sacrifice our HP. Ironically, this wouldn't be a lot of HP to sacrifice because we're so low, but I don't think I really want this. Again, the mobility of the bannermen is super important. I favor their mobility returning. A slow mage is a dead mage, indeed. Countess Rolanta Fuser of the Free City Effenkraz greets you with a wicked smile. Your so-called benevolence only makes you weak. I will prove to the people of Effenkraz and everyone in the realm that there is no such thing as right and wrong. Only strength and weakness. So, militia are polearms. Did you know that, team? I did. Ooh, okay. So that's a polearm unit. We, of course, counter. Ooh. Hmm. Perfection. We counter shock units. So. Bunk, 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 bunk. GG, team! Ooh, that was a good move, though. But not enough. The giant keep is secured! Oh, it's so funny. The Shire has been retaken, so... Oh, right. The Throne City lost the Wizard's Tower, so I have to rebuild this once I get my mana back. Ooh, double nodes here, wow. That doesn't happen very often. Mana's on the way. I have to even build a monolith. And then we'll get Ella back. You can go and auto-explore. So. Smaug wants to have a rumble. Which I should be kind of careful here, because Smaug could probably just bonk me at no HP with a spell. But the Shire belongs to us. So the same trick probably won't work against the Witch Beast, unfortunately. Even though he is now without a city. We'll grab Sundering Blades as well. My mana is so low. So low! We'll get to here in a minute. Province is being pillaged. Domain's been invaded. That's the problem with team games. You have no moments of peace. You are at war. You are only at war. You need walls. Why don't you have walls? I'm so glad Smaug didn't walk onto this. He left. He decided it wasn't worth it. You know what? I don't disagree. There's a spearman. Okay, so he's in the water. Could probably cut him down with our aspirant knights. We have 2 now. Bannerman's in the works. An archer. Let's get our crypts. In fact, I'll just push this over real quick. You're going to hang out here. You're looking for stuff. In fact, we should grab water. Exploring. Yeah, we got the skill. Everything's fine, everything's fine, everything's fine, everything's fine. Which, of course, means we're being invaded. You're feeling confident, Smaug. You're returning. Should be an easy battle. Indeed it was. We'll go over here to bonk this ring. I don't feel strong enough to go into the Golden Wonder. It's actually a terrifying army. Boost the sounds. We'll get our hero back as well. excuse me. I should... Oh. You know what I'm missing, right? I need mana! Food for mana. Here we go. Was that mana for food? Boom. Mana. Then probably Stonemason. Oh, hey, we can have 3 heroes now. It's been that long. Hello, Smaug. I'm back. It's just you? Alright, fine. Let me bonk you real quick. I think we have reached the point, though, where I can begin safely editing things for your viewing pleasure. Because right now I'm just kind of in maintenance mode while I'm bringing everything under my command. He's going to do the burning thing. Yeah. I realized it the moment it happened. Boop. Alright, Smaug. You got a little too greedy, Smaug. Perfectly living up to your name. So, can I get my hero back? It's like 200 to resurrect, isn't it? Ugh. Alright, let's get another hero. I say we get a ranger. I haven't gotten a ranger in a while. We'll do that. Smaug has withdrawn. A war party's coming from Effenkraz. My domain's been invaded. My domain's been invaded. Oh, hey, here's the war party. Wow, they split up to reach me? You know what? That was actually pretty good. I'll take it. By take it, I mean I'll accept your demands for violence. Not that it's ever really in question, but... I have big plans for that ranger. You'll see. I'm not even at my next tome. I don't know why these videos usually turn into questionable plays. But it'll be okay. I'd be in a lot of danger if I didn't have For the Monarch active, giving me a whole bunch of buffs. Ooh. Bonk. That's almost a double kill. You have been immobilized, and I can't really do anything about it. The tier 3 units for the Reavers have always been an oddball. These little dragoons. They have this weird, like, bonus turn thing. Wow. That is unfortunate. Bonk. Okay. Just their lord left. Unfortunately, we lost one of our units, but I lost one, the AI lost two. It's a win in the end. I'm gonna start building up my army again. It's so depleted. Oh, we got renown. The piercing channeling robe. Okay. Scouts report that a beast wrangler traded the wilderness for your domain and has set up camp south of the giant keep. Yes, we have not yet seen him with our own eyes, my first shaper. You detect admiration in your scout's voice, but we have found his camp and the many creatures he keeps there. The Wrangler Ogre has a reputation for selling them as mounts to whoever has the coin for these prized beasts. You consider what additions would benefit your stable. The Beast Wrangler is expected to reside in your domain for 15 turns before moving on. As long as his creatures do not eat my Gigantimoles, he is welcome. This is one of the new merchants. There are 3 types. And this is the Beast Wrangler. He sells mounts for your heroes. And he sells mounts for your faction. Wow. Now, as the feudal culture, one of our quirks that I probably should have mentioned a while ago is that we have a lot of optional cavalry. So, we can use this contract here to change our mount from the basic butt stallion to either a white wolf or a swift raptor. And additionally, it's become cavalry, which would mean everything but our archers will become cavalry. I actually wouldn't mind the Swiftfoot Raptor. This thing is really funny because it's slippery. So technically, every unit will become a skirmisher. And, you know, I could afford it soon. Possibly. But I think I've taken so long to get these cities up that I think I'm going to get a Pantheon. Boyo. Oh, another quirk of the Aspirant Knight is that you cannot recruit what he evolves into. He evolves into a tier 4 knight, which cannot be recruited. It can only be achieved through evolution. Looks like Smaug's a little terrified of my army. I don't blame him. Although I wouldn't call it the most terrifying thing in the world. So I have 15 turns to kind of figure out what I want to do with the Beast Wrangler, the Ogre Wrangler. We're going to go bonk this with our army here. Wow, this is 4 gold mines. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. To be fair, this is just ruins, but still. Blint the Undermountain has leveled up to 7. And I think he's going to get a prepared charge. We shall respond to our hero. We have captured a few characters. Ella has been captured by the Witch Beast, but the Witch Beast is, here. He's back. Ah, he's reunited his forces. I see, I see. I think I'll wait a turn. And we'll see what we can do about this Witch Beast shenanigans. This may be all he has left. Well, I went ahead and recruited a ranger hero, not something I like to do very often. Edmund Sharpshooter here is going to be a skirmisher. Although he currently only has a sword and crossbow, I have great plans for him indeed. Do I want to break this? I don't, but I will, because the potential is not here yet. But I went ahead. One of the new unlocks for the Pantheon is the Shatterblades. The Shatterblades play into the volatile charge mechanic of the Litherine, but we can recruit them, or we can build this ourselves. And this is a sword and a kunai, basically, much like the Shades, which we will not be getting. And with the volatile charge, I wanted to get the Rune of Power. It's fine. We can get Inflict Center Defense. The Brutal Dual Blade. We'll do it. But first, we shall destroy the Witch Beast. His final battle. He would have lived so much longer if he didn't come after me. But that was his choice. So one of the fun abilities of the Skirmisher, or the Ranger, I went ahead and grabbed Snapshot. This will cancel defense mode with our upgrade path, and we can even just shoot the crossbow, which is more damage than hitting them. We also have the Aspirant Knight, who's going to come, you know, do Isolation Slayer things. And I believe Blint is going to throw a rock and make our lives all that much easier. Well, Witch Beast, you bit off more than you could chew. I'd say it was a good run, but it really wasn't. I shouldn't have picked Benji yet, but that's okay. You know, we live, we learn. You get constricted by a tentacle. C'est la vie. And the giant keep secured, and the umbral rod of summoning stolen, the witch beast has been felled. You have crumbled the last defenses of the witch beast, and cast him into the astral void, banishing him from this realm. Whatever schemes the witch beast had in the works, none of them shall come to fruition. The last of his misguided troops flee to hide in the hills and woods. His dark hobbitses, their spirits crushed by their false idol's yoke, now find themselves at your mercy. Oh, glorious first shaper. Whatever the future holds, the witch beast is a thorn in your side, no more. How will you commemorate this extraordinary victory? Of course, by holding a parade to get some Imperium. Not a whole lot of Imperium, but some Imperium. So the giant keep has been secured. Our little friend here is hanging out. I didn't want to lose this and lose this guy. That would have been a big blow. Probably. Who knows? So the giant keep is secured. We have stabilized our situation for now. I could just go straight towards Erebor and put an end to Smaug and claim a victory. But that's not the point of this video. This mini-campaign is about showing stuff off. So, allow me to go start conquering the various regions. Of course, first, this is going to have to stop. It is time for the Tier 2 Tome. I'm still maneuvering out and about, but I thought I would share this with you. The first of the 2 new tomes is the Tome of the Dungeon Depths. This allows us to build a grand dungeon underground, which is a new climate type. And we can fill it with structures that enrich you and protect it with eternal clay soldiers and traps. This actually gives us a whole bunch of SPIs, the most SPIs available from any singular tome. Unlocking first the Dungeoneering Conclave, which will spread the dungeon terrain within every, within the city's domain slowly. It's much like the Altar Marching Gloom for Gloom. Also gives us the Clay Forge, 3 SPIs. The Clay Forge give production, +5 production and draft per adjacent dungeon province, and allows us to draft the clay units. These are special units that they benefit from enchantment, but they're not part of your race. However, they have a unique trait called Legion that increases their power up to there being 5 of them. It also counts as the quarry. We have the Underground Vault with +10 gold, +3 gold per adjacent dungeon province, and +1 Binding Essence per adjacent dungeon province. I believe this is the only way to get Binding Essence income. And then the Silent Barracks, which is another quarry SPI that gives +1 fortification health per adjacent dungeon province, +3 city stability per adjacent dungeon province, and a clay arbalist, charger, or a clay defender joins combat on your side when fighting within the city's domain. Is a quarry. We also get the Raiders of the Deep enchantment, which gives pretty much everything. It's basically a minor transformation. Gives them cave walk, and while they're underground, they get +1 defense and +1 resistance. While they're above ground, they deal 10% bonus damage. And last but not least is the Dungeon Hazard World spell. The target enemy army will sustain 15 physical damage, doubled if cast on Dungeon Province, and they become slowed for 1 map turn, meaning they have 1 less retaliation.
Who build lasting empires understand the value of the underground. Let others bicker on the surface as their empires crumble under the harsh light of the sun, whilst your city sprawls across endless caverns and grottos. Build mighty dungeons and armies of clay to thwart those who dare venture underground. Let time pass above, for your legacy in the depths is eternal.
Just like the first Shaper Blint. So we'll get the Clay Forge and get cracking away after I deal with this. Too long, the empire of King Under the Mountain Smaug the Terrible has been at unrest. Now rumors of a rebellion reach your court. Any dissent was met with severe punishment from Smaug, but that only seems to have stirred the flames within. Recently, however, the loudest voice of the Ereborian invaders has disappeared, rumored to have fled to greener pastures. Unrest rumbles within the empire of King Under the Mountain Smaug the Terrible, a threat to be dealt with, or an opportunity for you. Time will tell. I didn't know these could trigger during Teams games. This is the intrigue happening from the Ways of War. This appeared because we are... Are you part of my vassal? This appeared because we are on the high happening intensity, which can trigger some of the unique happenings, such as this or the... Draft to be blocked for 3 turns. Is that okay? Sure. The Story of Seasons, or whatever it's called. That's a different game. But, yeah. Good stuff. I need to go face legendary stuff. Unfortunately, Smaug can't keep things alive long enough for it to become legendary. Problems for another day. And an old friend has joined us. As you ponder your dominion on this realm, you receive rumors about a person who may be of interest. There is talk of a mysterious prisoner kept in Effencross, blindfolded and gagged away from all others. Officials say that she is a common thief, but the special treatment seems highly suspicious. There are even whispers about the involvement of Smaug the Terrible himself. Freeing this prisoner will certainly irk Smaug. Well, we wouldn't want that, would we? Conquering Effencross seems to be the only way to take this important prisoner from Smaug. Well, I'll free them. I'm going that way anyway. Although, recently they bopped one of my vassals, and it was a terrifying army, so... Maybe we'll wait a little bit, you know? As I continue the road gore. Blint has reached level 8 while he continues to smack things. And these are the level 8 runes. Killing a unit within 15 light... Killing a unit deals 15 lightning damage up to 2 other units within 2 hexes. This is the Astral Rune. The Chaos Rune, the Fury Rune. Very fast movement. Gain a stack of Strength and Fortune for 3 turns when it uses an attack ability. The Brawn Rune gives us the Mighty Stomp. Deals damage to units in a 2-hex cone. Another AoE. I don't know about Meteor Strikes. I might probably just doing that. The Life Rune gives Undying. That's nice. The Safeguard Rune, when this unit goes below 60% of its maximum hit points, gain 3 stacks of Bolster Defense, 3 stacks of Bolster Resistance, and gain 5 temporary hit points per stack of Bolster Defense and Bolster Resistance. This is like the flip side of the Draconic Rage. And the Shadow Rune is the Disruption Rune. Base attacks have a 60% chance of inflicting Disrupted for 2 turns, and attacks deal 30% bonus damage to Magical Origin. So like I said, we'll go for the Brawn Rune, so we can Mighty Stomp everything into oblivion, and might as well grab Meteor Strikes while I'm here. The first Shaper hits with the brutality of a meteor. Guarded Charge is pretty good. Pretty good. So the Beast Wrangler leaves in 1 turn, and I have just enough resources to get the Swiftfoot Raptor mount contract. This is hilarious to me, and all Gigantum Wolves, pretty much everything but the Archer, will now gain +5 hit points, gain Slippery, have very fast movement, and become a cavalry unit. Of course, our Ruler is not affected by that because Blint is large and in charge, but everything else is now Swift. And we've updated a few of our Archers into Longbows. These are the Tier 3 unit for the Monarch Feudal Culture, and their unique little shtick is they have +1 range, which can get even crazier if you go for Tomes of the Wind. I don't really plan on doing it, but who knows? I haven't decided yet. To get +1 range on top of that as an enchantment, and or if you're the High Culture and you somehow get a feudal monarchy underneath you, you can then print longbows and give them the +1 range with your culture passive. So a lot of crazy potential for the longbow, I think. But for now, we only have a modest 7 range, I think, on Longshot. So 8 range with longbow. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. The Beast Wrangler that resided in your domain has led his full menagerie before you to announce his departure. Despite the oral explosion of growls, neighs, and bellows, the voice of the Wrangler Ogre still sounds most clear. I go now, but I wanted to thank you for allowing my presence. The Wrangler Ogre gestures to his creatures. We not always welcome everywhere. He clicks his tongue, and the beasts walk away in a line like a procession. 2 fire wyverns pull the cart of the Wrangler Ogre. I follow where my animals lead me, not other way round. Perhaps they lead me back here someday. The pursuit of new beasts and critters is fickle. If you can attack him, and I believe if you attack him, you get randomly one of his pieces as a reward. You don't get to pick. It's random. But then he will never return again because you attacked him, which is rude. Or you killed him. You know. Wow, my little vassal contributed to this. This was the Dragon's Fire for the Shelved, and we're going to give it to him. And I'm going to keep raising my rank with them, because I don't have enough mana to afford anything. Ah, the eternal game. And here is the Raiders of the Deep enchantment. It gives us these little torches behind our back to help us see better, though I doubt the Gigantimals would need that to see better. They were shaped and crafted to see under the ground, or underground anyway. For our second tier 2 tome, we're going to be super exciting and just go for the Tome of Artificing.
Artifice, I like to think, is the ultimate expression of genius made physical. To translate something as intangible as an idea into a working, walking automaton is truly a magnificent thing. When one can turn such creations into behemoths, marrying machine with magic that can level or raise a city, they may veritably claim the title of Artificer.
And we're pretty much just here for artisan armaments, and I suppose siege magic, but that's it. We're just here for the good stuff. Your troops have decimated the sons of Kjornoi, roaming the slopes of Mount Godkeep. The Troll King returns to them, grinning with malicious joy. Cultists laugh and torture Blood Clan, the Troll King says resentfully. Who laugh now? It swings its large mace towards the mountaintop. Spell shield of cultists broken. Now, Umzish the beacon, fear Troll King revenge. Cower in throne room, has skull necklace for Troll King. Cult leader strong, the Troll King warns. Troll King has 3 loyal servants. 1 joins Blint the Undermountain. Fights Umzish the beacon. Blint the Undermountain choose. So we get a nymph. We can get a skillful river troll. Or we get a cunning scald. It's waifu! But not waifu for the Undermountain. We'll grab a river troll. River troll is a descendant of the giants. And now, well, now we go to the Godkeep. I have to figure out how the army is going to all fit together while being attacked by this stuff. But I'll figure it out. Don't worry. With his brave champions, Blint the Undermountain pursues the Godkeep. Entering the front gate of the imposing structure, complex with its grand halls and statuary, your troops find themselves in a pristine hall of unparalleled grandeur. Have you come to offer me reverence? An ice-cold voice calls out, echoing through the giant chamber. Or will you end your lives in foolish defiance? For when I looked into the mirror, I foresaw my destiny to wield the powers of the gods. I, Umzish the Beacon, who bears the secret mark of the Kjornoi, and leads the sons to dark dominion. In the distance, the nether-ice crown of Umzish the Beacon reveals her bearings below the ancient giant throne. I see no gifts nor thralls worthy of my magnificence, Umzish the Beacon concludes. So you die. From behind the throne, large Blood Clan grunts appear, ready to defend their newfound queen. Bring this false queen to her knees. There's a Kara here. Wow. The AI does it cleanly. Let's see if I can do it as equally so. This is, of course, new content. Ooh. So, gotta check it out. I still don't have very good combat spells. We'll see how we fare, I like the arena. That's nice and gold. Maybe a bit range heavy. I figured it wouldn't be that big of a deal, but maybe it was. Well, let's maximize magic. Blint the Unmaker, of course, is an Eldritch Sovereign, and he is the damage variety. So he is going to drop the Cosmic Pulse on their face. Of course, we didn't get to see it, but it's fine. Which is fine. Now, I think the damage variant is very good. Don't get it twisted. But I think the true power of the Eldritch Sovereign comes from its, what? Are you not coming at me? I think the true power of the Eldritch Sovereign comes from its shenanigans, we'll say. Yeet. So, you know. Is Blint the Unmaker truly the best? Yeah, this is all I have for my skills. That, the Eldritch Sovereign could be? Maybe not. But that's okay. I still got diseased. And immobilized? Oh, I don't have a cleanse. I can't even stomp. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Well. Hate to see it. I could do some shenanigans. Not a whole lot of shenanigans, but some. You can also Chaos Pulse for some super shenanigans. Just complete YOLO. I don't know what that did. I have no idea. Probably shouldn't have shot at the terrifying Kara, but it's fine. Our little skirmisher here can snap shots to cancel his defense mode and then slaughter him. Maybe we'll just drop the rock on him. Why not? Let's not get immobilized, shall we? I believe the net has a long cooldown, so there's really no threat of that. That has been brought back from the dead, though. Don't like that. Let's see what shenaniganry we can get up to. Not much. This thing has zone of control, of course. Our longbows will shoot down the Kara. And Blinty Boy. The other Blinty Boy. What's this look like? What does this look like? Oh, I see. I see. Do I care? Not really. I'm gonna go bonk this. Thank you for your understanding. We are a tad away from killing momentum, though, so we could Eldritch Mind Control this. Now, this is only a one-turn Mind Control, and I've unfortunately blocked myself in here. But I can at least get him away from stuff. Fun trick with Eldritch Mind Control that I didn't think about, of course, is that you can, if that's the only remaining monster, you can Eldritch Mind Control and the battle will just end. But anyway, that's how I feel about you, Queen. Nice. With Umzish the Beacon having fallen to her hubris, the Troll King returns to the throne room it once ruled. Troll King, brothers, all dead, it says, looking over the bodies of the fallen blood clans scattered throughout the many chambers of the Godkeep. The Troll King hangs his enormous head, its hideous eyes growing misty. Troll King fought, soul-coursed mirror, doomed Troll King, showed glory, brought death. Now, soul-cursed mirror doomed Umzish the Beacon. The Troll King takes off its crown. Blint the Undermountain, worthy first shaper. Troll King has blood clan no longer. We'll follow Blint the Undermountain. And we get our first artifact. So we can accept the fealty of the Troll King, getting a Troll King unit, which you better believe that's what we're doing. We could only take the crown, getting a bunch of Imperium. We could sacrifice the Troll King to reanimate Umzish. That's so funny. We could send the Troll King to the Eternal Sages, sharing the knowledge about the Blood Clan, giving us 30 allegiance. Wow. No, we'll take him. We'll take him. So this is the artifact. The first one. The Soulcursed Mirror unlocks the Soul Curse of Pride spell. Which target enemy city loses a borderland province and the population is lost. Spawns a ritual circle infestation. Whenever you cast a Soulcursed spell, there is a 25% chance of gaining some Imperium. The amount of Imperium gained this way scales with the tier of the cast Soulcursed spell. When multiple of these extra Soulcursed casting effects could trigger, their triggering chances summed up by a maximum of 1 effect's trigger. Is there more Soulcursed stuff? Soulcursed of Pride. So there are... Here's the artifact tabs. It's in the magical... The collections tab where you would see your magic items, of which we are missing many. Magic materials, that is. And there are 3... Well, there are 2 types here. So the Sins of the Traitor King is apparently the faded regions we've fallen upon. But there's also this other one, which I think is from the Dwelling. I'm not sure. But once you collect all 3 of a set, you will unlock the special happening. And for us, it'll be the return of the Kyonoe. Which I might as well try and, see. Here is the Troll King, the new mythical unit. Isn't he just truly magnificent? How far our descendants have fallen. 130 HP, 5 defense, 5 resistance. He has a repeating melee attack with combo, okay. He has Call Guard, which is a full action. Draft a random tier 2 ogre unit. Ability starts in cooldown and cannot be used in water. 4-turn cooldown. Has Spur to action. Oh, yeah. Nice. At the start of a combat, a random tier 2 ogre unit joins the battle. Cool. And Troll Natural Regeneration, allowing him to heal. Cool. Very fun. We'll put him with Blint. And this is now available for annexation. So the Giant Keep is going to have a lot of annexing to do. Starting right meow. And of course, for everything adjacent to this, I really shouldn't press this button again. I'm tempted to do it. But once we get this, all owned provinces adjacent will gain additional Imperium. So soon, this meager number will be heavily boosted. Blint the Undermountain has completed his major ambition, getting Rankslayer, which is cute. But most importantly, all renowned levels are done. Now, for the Giant Kings, renowned levels are pretty important. Of course, we get bonus production from quarries at level 1. At level 2, city structures are cheaper to 20% cheaper. At level 3, each quarry grants +1 binding fragments, so another way to gain these. These are the tier 3 and 4 over time. And at tier 4, city structures grant +2 gold in addition to their normal effects, and we can draft rock giants. Our very own little babies can be drafted. Of course, my capital is working on this clay shenanigans, but I think we're going to get that started. I believe we have to be at tier 4, though, so we reached tier 4 before I could make them. Story of my life. So I've reached the Crystal Pact with Shalved, and as expected, Smaug did go to war with the Crystal Dwelling. Hopefully he doesn't bonk them. But from this, you can get some new items. These are also items that are all available in the Pantheon, so you can craft them and manipulate them and start with them. I'm a particular fan of the Gold Seeker's Pickaxe. The turn things gilded. Probably a very strong starting item. But we're going to pick up the Litherite Scroll. This will give us +1 affinity to everything. Actually, hold on. Hang out this one first. So the way this works is the Litherite Prism is, as far as I'm aware, this is another artifact, and your cities gain +20 stability if you have an Order Affinity Tome in your library, +10 food if you have a Nature Affinity Tome in your library, +10 gold if you have a Material Affinity Tome in your library, +10 Draft for Chaos, +10 Knowledge for Shadow, and +10 Mana for Astral Affinity. And for Dual Affinity Tomes, these bonuses are halved. As far as I understand it, these can only trigger once. So it's not like we have... in fact, we have all Materium. Is this even worth it? This is for, like, rainbow stuff, and we're not doing that. In fact, I have all Materium. This is totally not worth it for me. Yeah, never mind. I take it back. We're not doing that. But we will grab the Litherite Scroll. This will give us 1 affinity of everything, which is not necessary, but it helps us out. Actually, I am going to get it so I can get this, the Cosmic Conclave. That's what we're going to do it for. But at Crystal Pact, you can get the Crystal Crash, which is a combat spell. I might get this just because I don't have one, honestly. Crystal Focus, which is an enchantment for magical attacks that have a base chance to inflict volatile charge. which when this explodes, this deals +8 physical and 8 lightning damage to adjacent friendly units. This is like the whole mechanic behind the Litherine units, such as the Shard Lancer, which is a Polarum unit that does volatile stuff. And we even have the Gemcaster here, who is a tiny little spider. It's actually kind of terrifying. But those are the new unit type, the Litherine, and their goal is to create and exploit the volatile charges. Although the exploitation comes primarily from the big boy down here, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that. I have to keep asking for quests and hope that Smaug doesn't come in the meantime, but get around to it. Another reason it's so unfortunate that we're stuck in a corner with no way up is because of the Retainer's Estate. This is a unique building for the feudal monarchy. While this city shares a border with the Throne City, or is the Throne City, it gains +20 food income, +10 gold, and +10 city stability. Unfortunately, with the way the underground randomized, we can only benefit from this in the Throne City, which is very unfortunate. Again, very unfortunate just all around as it goes, but that's okay. We roll with the punches. Speaking of punches, Smaug wants to play. It is the channel rule that I fight the leader of an enemy faction mano a mano, but the AI did it flawlessly. So, you know, the Shaper makes his own rules. We stole a whole bunch of items from the boy. In fact, I think this is all going to be essence for us, which will let me craft all sorts of fun little things. Far superior little things, of course, in the item forge. And with all this victory, hopefully Smaug won't bother me for a while I march towards some special areas. Hopefully. Don't even think about it. At level 12, we get another rune. The Astral Rune Reflecting reflects 20% of damage sustained by melee attacks. Wow. The Critical Rune, 15% critical hit chance. Damage Rune, 15% damage. Vitality Rune, 20 hit points. Guard Rune plus defense plus resistance, and the Dispelling Rune. Chance to start of turn, dispel 1 negative status effect. So it looks like the level 4 and level 12 runes are just repeats, and then the 8 is like a lesser rune, and 16 is the greater rune. Okay, fair enough. It's also worth noting that unlike regular champions or Wizard Kings, we don't need the affinity, the Empire affinity requirement to get stuff here. Because we do what we want. And we do Damage Rune, which can give us Artificer's Overcharge, and Awaken Earth. This is very shapery. Grace is pretty good. Pretty great, even. I think we'll go Awaken Earth. It's very shapery. It is what we're here for. Also, I made a whole bunch of strengthening books. Now with the Item Forge turn reduction, these are free, so you can just pump these out. Or they cost 0 turns. Oh yeah, sure, I have the Pants of Fortune. They cost 0 turns, so you just pop them out. Give your whole army plus 10% damage. And, smile. Rumors reach you that a renowned trainer ogre set up a trading camp in your domain, southwest of the Underthrone. The trainer ogre arrives in your court to pay his respect, strength, and wisdom to you. I was in service of renowned Gautier and rulers. Now I walk my own path. It be my honor to offer services to such great first shaper as you. Then lowering his voice, he adds, or whatever other Gautier or hero comes visit me. The training camp is expected to reach the new domain for 15 turns. We have a new... Oh, wow, he really is in the corner. We have seen the other... There's one more that remains a mystery. But this is the hero trainer. You can use him to re-educate one of your heroes, changing their class. We rolled Mage and Defender. We can get intensive training to give a selected hero 1 skill point. This is just on top of everything else. Of course, that goes to the king, no questions asked. We can go to governance training to give someone plus 100 renown. I suppose we could give that to Blint, the Unmaker. We can give Summon Animal or Supreme Magic. Ooh, we can give Supreme Magic to the Unmaker. That's so funny. And then Summon Animal. Sure. We'll give that to our little mage lady. Nice. And of course we can attack him, which might not be a bad idea. But I am really far away because there's another fated region that demands my attention. And here is the second new tome of the expansion, the Tome of Geomancy. This is a Materium Astral Dual Affinity Tome, and it exists to, well, play in to the elemental, magical aspect of Materium, which is really lacking. It also gives us the very first Materium major transformation that we have asked for so long, turning the target race into elemental type. And this uses a new mechanic where you gain benefits based on the type of terrain that you are on. You also gain +2 damage on attacks based on the terrain type that you're on. So Desolate is fire, Underground is physical, Nature is like foresty, Frost is ice, and is sea lightning? Yeah, stuff like that. There's the Hall of Geomantic Resonance, which gives you bonus resources depending on where the core of the city is, so where the city tile itself is. You gain food, +40 food if in grassland, swamp, or fungus fields, +20 production if in forest, mushroom forest, rocky, or mountain, +20 gold if in the ashlands, and +20 mana if in snow, ice, or sand. This would just double itself on the Druidic Terraformers Society trait. And the Geomancer, the new tier 4 Battle Mage. I forgot about you. I said Transmuter was the only one we're going to have. That's not true. The Geomancer is a Battle Mage that has effects based on the tile you're fighting on. But by baseline, Terra Bolts, a repeating physical attack with the chance to apply bleeding, and Geo Surge, a 1-hex radius that I think does different stuff based on the terrain that they're on. With physical, it is immobilized and bleeding. Summon Elemental is a world map spell to summon a tier 3 elemental unit on a hex, and the type that is summoned will depend entirely on what tile you're summoning on. We can now finally obtain the Tide Spirits. This is the only way to get them. I guess real units. And then there's Resonant Blades, which will deal a negative status effect depending on the type of terrain that you are on.
Geomancy taps into the Earth's purest arcane connection. Plant your feet to feel the invisible ley lines and connect to the astral flows that resonate below. Sense the subtle contrasts between sand and ash, rock and ice. Embrace these distinctions. Become the crystal that resonates with this ancient song. Open yourself to the Earth's magic and witness its boundless offerings.
I shall. So we're going to go ahead and lock Geomancer and grab Geomantic Crystallization, and we'll get that going as soon as we can. I have something else going on right now. Apparently 9 turns. Or perhaps not so many turns. The golden event that spawned near us, just north of us, I found at its core a truly terrifying army. And we have assembled our champions to go take it on. Let me see what the AI does. I'll fight this, though. This is part of the Fated Region, so we gotta go loot. It did very well, losing on the gargoyle. We gotta go loot this for ourselves. I believe the Witch Beast was here to try and throw himself at this, but of course, he was weak. Pathetic. An anomaly that should not exist. And so he doesn't. Simple solution. Here's a little boy, the Troll King. Look at that. Isn't he adorable? Those are the Pyro Templar Spalders, I think. Wonder who he looted those off of. Oh! The ogre he summoned is the Accursed Ogre. I didn't know you could do that. I mean, that makes sense. It's an ogre. I just, for some reason, thought it would be different. Obviously, it's not. Ah, the Astral Storm. The Unmaker is actually going to be very helpful here because the Golden Golems are quite durable. Except against lightning. That is their great weakness. As with most constructs. So come, foul creatures, ancient guardians of the monies. This is actually kind of scary. A 28% chance to immobilize. No. So be it. I still have, like, no combat spells. We should definitely have healed the king last turn, but no big deal. We can heal him now. I forgot they have, First strike. So they got to hit the king. I suppose we could do some spurring here. The spur to action of the Troll King. Perhaps it should have even been done before. Anything else? I think we're going to go tie this up. Just pin it down. And we'll see if we can slay. Double kill. Well, you did that. Make sure this little bronzy boy doesn't make his way over here. I was really tempted to go for the Tome of Winds, but I did not. Get out of here. I felt that artificing would be useful overall, more useful overall, and I think I was right. Well, that was poor positioning on my part, but so be it. So these are all the weapons from the different Giant Kings. They're coming in with a vengeance. I don't think I can mind control the constructs. They're constructs after all. Bonk. Our Giant King, our Troll King, excuse me. Let me keep just standing here. I think he understands the ins and outs of things. I really need to get you out of here. You're someone in a bad position. These are also in a bad position. Let's summon a unit. Let's get a little worm out. I didn't know it was going to be a worm at the time. I just guessed. And by guess, I mean I saw it pop out of the ground, and I'm like, that's a worm. Ah, it's a worm. I suppose our skirmishers here can deal with this polearm. Not exactly Edmund's speciality, but he'll take care of it. Oh, Grace. Tanky, tanky, tanky. I have not been gathering elemental damage, so my strength is minor at best. I think the gargoyle's going to die because I threw it away. A neat trick the spears can do. They can dash through, I believe it's 3 units, and they appear on the 4th tile. Ooh, the shield bash. Boop. Bonk. Yeet. Like the sound effects? Nope. I was going to be very mad if I got gilded there. Quite upset indeed. Hello? Did he resist it? I didn't know it could be resisted. Oh. Oh yeah, I need to use this as well. This is just a big shot from a long range. Very long range. Alright, well, let's get started on this, I suppose. I suppose we can come heal this. Why not? We'll go reinforce our king. Make sure nothing crazy happens over there. So are you just a chance to stun? I think you are. A melee single strike with a 60% chance to stun. Okay. Alright, fair enough. I think it's fair enough. That could be really bad positioning, actually. Maybe we'll come this way. Okay. Fair enough. If we were all in on the archery, this would be very strong, but I chose not to because I did that semi-recently in the Blint campaign. The Blint Saga campaign. I probably should have picked up Eldritch Teleportation, or whatever it's called. I think I'm just going to go hit this. And the Troll King can come finish this off. The Unmaker has unmade. Sure. And then there was one. Well, I definitely should have done the lightning zap first to get the guaranteed zone of resistance, but that's okay. The thing about the Gilded Golems is they're not like great by themselves. They really need some support. But hey, we nailed it. And I don't know if 3 of them is support. I lost only the Gargoyle. With an ear-splitting noise, the Golden Golem collapses at the feet of your troops. The leader of the Phantasm appears, the gilded core containing Istarnek Goldcurser's soul in her hands. It is done, she says, staring in disbelief at the gleaming artifact. You relieved us from our curse. At last, the souls of the deep dwellers can rest in peace. I believe that's also the name of Blint's original faction. The Phantasm hero hands you the Soulcursed Grail. Take it. You will know how to destroy or contain Istarnek Goldcurser. As you touch the trinket, you can sense great power, but also disruption. This is no integral soul dwelling inside the Soulcursed Grail. It is a fragment, a wretched memorial to the vain pursuit of immortality. The Phantasm bows to you. Before it leaves, the Gilded Wastes are now yours, First Shaper Blint, the Undermountain. Well, alright. Money? No. I will claim these lands to renew the splendor of ancient Meridia. So this is another artifact. The initial quest for this we didn't get to see because I think the Witch Beast triggered it. But the Soul Curse of Greed, whenever you cast a Soul Curse spell, there is a 20% chance of gaining gold. Nice. And that is now 2 of the 3 Return of the Kjornoi. I could build a city here. It would be faster for me to just go take that, though. And the Shire can expand down here as well. So I might have my next expansion target in sight. There's also a whole bunch of gold lingering around here that I'll have to... Probably just grab a scout and, go deal with it. So I've conquered this Free City Bastion. They put up quite the fight. And I believe next to them is one of another new Golden Wonder event. Upon entering the Vault of Transmutation, you are greeted by a flustered transmuter. Did your research lead you here too? She asks. She knows your puzzled look all too well. I am an alchemist, she explains, seeking to create the Prima Materia. I'm about to prove my hypothesis. The transmuter turns several gold dials, prompting the Vault of Transmutation to hum and vibrate. I am sorry, the transmuter says suddenly. To make the Prima Materia, the order in materia must be countered with chaos. The influx of chaos animates the golems that line the walls of the Vault of Transmutation with fiery intent. It is the only way, confesses the transmuter. Well, we can attack her directly, or we can attempt a 50-50. Golems overtaken by chaos, you resist your attempts. We'll give it a shot. Use your control of her metals to slowly turn the golems into gold. 50-50. A 12 check is really high. It was a failure. I believe that's the highest check in the game. Alas. Poor Warlock. We'll see how the AI does. I'm assuming it's going to die. Wow. I did really well. But I want to see the new event for myself. It looks like it uses the old map here. And it has the Fire Reconstruction. All defending golems gain Fiery Rebirth. Well, that is annoying. How did the AI do this so flawlessly, I wonder? I don't know. I know not. I do know it would have been convenient if I rolled Astral Storm, but we'll take this anyway. The power of Pantheon heroes, Now, truthfully, this isn't that scary. Everything is just going to be super durable, but you can get rid of it. Also, here's our Mighty Stomp. It is a 2-cone hex, and it has a chance to stun. They've also perfectly lined up for a 2-cone hex, so I might as well give it a rip. Were we gilded? We were not. Fantastic. It was hard to tell for a second, because I'm just so beautiful. Can this reach? This is a fun ability. The Chaos Pulse, it just does stuff. It looked like it healed them, which is unfortunate, but... Stuff is not always good. We'll go ahead and, Call to Glory! It's like a lesser version of the, Supreme shenanigans, you know? Wow. We did stun this, this little golem here, so that's good for us. We'll get our little Troll King moving, and I will go ahead and spur, so I can use a long shot on the transmitter. Because she was not affected, unfortunately. Oh. By the stun. She did almost die instantly, though, so that's cute. Do you think the Gilded Golem will do the alt aim? No, it did nothing. Was it stunned? I can do it again. Oh, I can do this infinitely. Ah, that's fun. Well, do we believe in our brave champion? I do have, like, max status resist, so I kind of believe in him. Nice. Transmuter's down. Wait a minute. Something's missing. Okay. Ah. I was like, where's the Fiery Rebirth? There it is. There's just no fire on the ground. So Fiery Rebirth is the Phoenix's ability, and it can be completely countered by standing on top of the Fiery Rebirth unit. Take a step back, take a step forward. Gotta get my charge bonus in somehow. The corpse wasn't there, so I was just befuddled, you know? That's okay. No big deal. Even the golems here are proving my Materium is not known for its DPS. The transmuter has been slain. Your army has survived the torrent of Materium and chaos. Despite the treacherous hostility of the transmuter, she spoke no lie. The Vault of Transmutation is a trove of alchemical discoveries, and now, at its center, suspended in midair, a transmorphic substance shifts and twists non-stop. The Primer Material. It will allow you to forge powerful artifacts and weapons. The Primer Materia is yours, although its full potential is unknown to you. What other boon of creation shall be yours? Nearly 1,000 gold. I need mana. I am so mana poor. It makes me very sad. That is an incredible ring. 1,000 production in the Shire? Or the Tome of Alchemy. So I am in the midst of my first tier 3 tome. If I take this, we can go straight to tier 4. Which I'm not opposed to. This also will give me that spell that would be very useful to dispel things. Fighting this guy was an absolute pain, but I even had to restart. Ugh. Save scumming. It wasn't an exciting fight. It was just a really boring fight and very hard because industrious. But another thing I could show you is I've managed to recruit some giants. Some of them from the new Ancient Wonder and some of them from me being I-tier 4, or renowned for Rock Giant. I believe the Rock Giant has not changed at all. We have the heavy Charge Strike, the Earthquake Smash. This might be new. I think this is new. And the Throw Boulder. The Storm Giant has received a bit of a rework. With the Lightning Heavy Charge, the Tempestuous Smash, and the Lightning Strike, which is basically the Storm Giant King's lightning thingamajig. But I've also concocted all of the clay units. So these are the clay units from the Tome of Dungeon Depths. They're kind of designed for you to make 5 of them, and then have a hero leading them around so they get maximum benefits from their legion. They're also heartless, because they're constructs. There's a Defender, who, by the way, has a Spike Shield, which is all well and fun. I hope they add more ways for us to get Spike Shield, because I love Thorns and Spike builds. That brings me to joy. We have 2 Chargers, because I have a big ol' axe. We can have a big ol' axe. And 2 little Arbalists. And right now a Rock Giant is leading them, but he's pretending to be me, but he's not. Don't worry about it. Just don't tell him that. Smaug is causing problems. Really. As Smaug does. And I'm still trying to find my way to the other Fated region. It's been a slow grind. But I figured we can take this opportunity to show off what the, these guys are capable of. You know? I wouldn't say the Arbalists are probably impressive, but with the full stack Legion, they do have a lot of defense. And while these do not benefit from transformations, they do benefit from enchantments. So I could see the Clay Legions being actually a very suitable, at the very least, like defensive type squad. So what is this again? Does that much to a unit? Okay, so we hit a unit and then it deals damage to adjacent stuff. I'm more interested in this. The Zippity Zap. Monk. Now, the Giants do still struggle from the classic conundrum of these are mythic units, which currently sounds impressive, or certainly sounds impressive, but has the problem of not benefiting from any enchantments or anything like that. No enchantments, no racial transformations. You are what you get. So, I know. Pros and cons there. This will be fun, though. Oh, that's just that one. Okay. Less fun, then. So this is the... Yeah, this is a line attack. Can I line this up at all? Get it? It's a line attack? Can I line it up? I don't think so. Also, it's 3 AP, so... Let's get that out of my noggin. Make sure we tie this all up. So yeah, I think the Legion, the clay units could be really cool. The total mileage you're going to get out of this, again, heavily depends on what enchantments you're rocking and what your overall game plan is. I think they could be a cool little unit. I believe they also... I'll have to check on their upkeep, but I think they have lesser upkeep than most units because of their weird, quirky nature. So yeah, they're here. They're vibing. What is their upkeep? 2011? The mana upkeep is coming from their enchantments, but yeah, just something to think about. I believe I have located another new Ancient Wonder. The Wailing Sharpened Hero Slayer. Oh, this is the one I think they encountered in the dev stream. You enter the Spirit Sap Smithy to the sound of clinking hammers and anvil. Bannermen are working the forge. With every beat of the hammer, you sense a darkness tugging at your resolve. You wish to flee, abandon hope, forsake whatever oaths you have taken. The bannermen, who have not yet noticed your army, chant. They sing of an umbral deity, portended to return once the forging of the sharpened hero slayer is completed. Fear grips your heart. Eventually, the sharpened hero slayer will complete, and the umbral deity will enter this realm. Being in its presence dwindles your spirits. Attack the devious forge masters! Also, there are no bannermen here. This is worth noting. You have cleansed the spirit sap smithy of the Forge Master's cult's presence and denied the umbral deity its return. Upon closer inspection, it is clear to you that the bannermen have been laboring towards their deity's return for years. The forging of the sharpened hero slayer was to be their final achievement, yet they had already created an army's worth of weapons and armor. This was not merely some unholy workshop. This would have become an abominable invasion. While your troops gather the armaments created in the Spirit Sap Smithy, you ponder what you should do with the unfinished sharpened hero slayer. For good boy points in Imperium, we can destroy it. For bad boy points, we can restore it and create the sharpened hero slayer. Not bad. Or we can reforge it, i.e. break it down and get its parts. This is something the Shaper would do, but I have plenty of parts right now, so I'm going to destroy it and be a bit of a good boy. Also, Imperium is great. And I have been trying my darndest to get these Aspirant Knights to evolve, but they just keep dying. I'm trying. This is my highest tier 1 at a veteran. Also, I have like no experience gain. So, in process of showing off the new tier 4 unit, who, by the way, is so strong that the developers are reworking the Tyrant Knight to be more in line. Thanks to the Tome of Alchemy, we have skipped over the second tier 3 tome. We can go back if need be. But it's time to pick our first tier 4 tome. And it is time for some actual damage with the Tome of the Crucible.
Is not magma a glorious spectacle to behold? A union of fire and earth, streaming inexorably toward your enemies, swallowing them, bringing fiery death. The landscape itself is reshaped when it flows, with beautiful scars traced over the realm.
I think I'm going to take Lava Burst here because it's some actual damage. I really want Meteor Arrows, but this is the next best thing for now. And the Siege of Effenkraz has begun, which will, of course, progress our intrigue happening, which is very surprising. And Smaug fell to Shalved. The Crystal Dwelling owned him. I'm actually surprised he spawned right next to it. Wow. No wonder he wanted to go to war with them. I feel for you, bud. It is time to cast the Geomantic Crystallization. I fixed my mana problem. Finally. This will turn us into an elemental unitype, which makes us immune to bleeding. That's a fun little quirk. And of course, we get bonus damage for things we're standing on, the terrain, and it makes us look beautiful. You may have asked yourself, how could a rock giant king shape life itself? Well, let's just say, perhaps he did not. But now, they have returned to their original state as beings of pure elemental might. This robe looks a little wonky on this model. But this is the Geomancer. She's currently standing in the swamp, so it looks like she has blight damage. So it's a full conversion. Interesting. Okay. And the Geosurge Blight gives diseased and poison. Cool. Yeah, this will be our only Battle Mage unit. And I think that if you... Battle Mage has got a huge buff in the Ogre update. In, now at Champion rank... Yeah. At Champion rank, their secondary ability gets buffed to varying degrees of usefulness. But the Geomancers, if it would stick, I could show you. Their secondary ability gets... I want to say it adds Gilded to it. No, that's the Transmuter. Thank you. At Champion rank, their Geosurge does an additional 10 damage. Cute. So I think all of the battle mages will be better, and I think it'd be really cool to do like a full-blown, not Geomancer, but a full-blown battle mage kind of build. There's the dreaded archer build, which we're not doing. I could have, but we're not. So perhaps I'll try and create a dreaded battle mage build. In fact, we have the perfect character winning the poll for the full series on April 7th for that. But we attack effing Craws, and I'll bring you with me for this one, unless I can auto it. Both the new units died and my aspirant knight. It's like the game is taunting me. I need to find a silver tongue fruit for to get the XP bonus miscellaneous item. And I guess the champions are just more useful now. It has been so difficult to get experience. I mean, experience is incredibly potent, right? So it kind of makes sense, but boy, I've been thinking about it, you know, and it's been, ooh. I don't want to say a tilter. This has been on my mind. Like so many things. But a valuable lesson I think I've learned is don't go full physical damage. Because you never know what's really going to resist you. I think I fought Bastion for like 30 minutes. I wonder if Smaug is going to be that powerful. I think he's just being bogged down by the Crystal Dwelling. I don't know if it's attacking him or if he's just... You know, the AI is just like, we have to put an end to this. Hello, Aspirant Knight. Please don't die. It's been interesting for sure. I thought this was a Blint for a second. I was going to run it in. But it's not. Although we do have Mr. Edmund here, who can go for the kill. Snapshot. This has been oddly delayed too. Not sure why. This is the new weapon, of course, so that looked like it came off screen. And then throw the weapon. Are we steadfast? Bruh. Do we... How do I want to approach this? This is certainly simpler. Actually, I think I'm just going to spawn a little animal. What do we get? We got a unicorn. Well, that works out. Not a lot of damage, but damage is damage. I can also go punch the wall here, which is always fun. We are on frost terrain. Okay, cute. That's kind of like a fun mini game with the the Geomancers. Like, which terrain are we standing on today? I guess we're going in. I suppose. Oh, right. That was silly. He's steadfast. There's nothing I can do about this. Let's make sure we heal the giant. We can even cleanse his stuff. Yep. Yeah, I think Ritualists are pretty good. I feel like they're pretty strong. Move this guy over here so we can go bonk the cannon next turn. I suppose we'll just shoot this little boy. What's the range on this? Ooh. Hello. Oh, frozen? Goated. I think the Geomancer might be my new favorite battle mage. This is the first time I've used her. I literally just got her, and I'm pretty impressed so far. Make sure that's over there to protect the battle mage, or the mage. If I had the Tome of Grace, I could remove this, but c'est la vie. How many did the AI lose again? I don't remember. I'm just going to go ahead and say more than me. That's why we're here after all. I'll just bonk this. It's not a real unit, the unicorn. Sorry to disappoint, I know. I know there are some people who believe unicorns are real, but I hate to break it to you. They're not. Alright, we'll go all the way around so we get a huge charge on that, although it didn't feel very huge. We'll just bonk this real quick. Make sure he is no longer a problem. This guy's gonna go waddle, waddle, waddle. You are immobilized, which is making movement incredibly inconvenient. No, I'm gonna kill this. Not gonna lie, that feels like a slightly excessive animation, but I'll take it. I'm amused. In that one battle we did, the AI was very keen on destroying destroying the towers, and I think that's a lesson for us all. Yeet. Normally I would just completely ignore them, but I think their buff really did make them kind of threatening. Not overly threatening. Kind of threatening. Oh yeah, I actually have a combat spell now. How about that? Gotta use it. Although I don't think it'd be very helpful in this situation. Oh, my skirmish hero's gonna die. He has slip away. Ah! 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 Yeah. And that's why I hate displacement. I mean, to be fair, he was dead without slip away. So there was a chance. But yeah, that's kind of just par for the course. At least my mana problems have been fixed, so we'll just long shot it for the memes. Beautiful frozen. You can... Why... Wait, do you guys come back from dying? Oh, you are on dying. Huh. That's a fun quirk. I mean, that makes you quite a bit stronger than I initially gave you credit for. So good on you. 25%. I'm impressed we hit even one. Well, at least with my mana problem resolved, it's not going to be a big deal to resurrect the boy. The skirmish has been pretty fun. Of course, nothing compares to the Giant King. To our Supreme Shaper. I'm not exactly copycatting World of Warcraft lore for this, but I am inspired by it. That might give you some ideas to my schemes in the future. The enemy flees, but there's nowhere for them to run, because this is their capital city. Stalwart armor. The brutal scorcher of provocation. I'm gonna break it all down. You have conquered Effenkraz. In the deepest dungeon, your soldiers find the rumored blindfolded and gagged prisoner. When she is brought before you, it becomes clear the prisoner has not seen daylight or any sort of comfort in a long time. Her voice is hoarse, almost a whisper when she speaks, but she stands unafraid before you. My name is Hannah, proud citizen of Erebor, or I was before I was imprisoned. I realize a Guardian's aid rarely comes without cost, yet I can merely be grateful to breathe fresh air again. Tell me more about your imprisonment. Hannah snarls. I was imprisoned because King under the mountain Smaug is afraid of his very own subjects and the power of the Ereborian invaders. We Ereborian invaders are treated terribly by our king under the mountain. People can only take so much abuse before they rise against a regime, even a courtier's. There were many voices during this uprising, but I suppose I was the loudest, and so I was silenced. Now you have freed me. I must in turn unite and free my people from Smaug, the terrible's tyranny. I have many supporters in Erebor. Aid me in taking the city, and the Ereborn invaders will be in your debt. Sure. Why not? We will go ahead and vassalize this, I believe. Are we there yet? No. We're not quite to Benevolent Conquerors. Alas. But this will be our staging ground against the other fated events. Going. Good boy points. And so, we prepare. Or maybe I should absorb this. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. I already have access to the other two fated regions. Do I really need another? I say nay. Blint the Undermountain has reached level 16 for the Grand Rune. For Astro, the Grand Cascading Rune, killing a unit deals 10 lightning damage to up to 2 other enemy units within 2 hexes. If you had stacked these the whole way, that'd be kind of terrifying. The Grand Fury Rune, while army leader, all non-hero units in the army gain a stack of Strengthen and Fortune for 3 turns when it uses an attack ability. Oh, that's for everybody in the army. I see. For Grand Brawn Rune, while army leader, all non-hero units in the army gain 15% damage on base attacks and a base 90% chance of applying bleeding for 3 turns on base attacks. Not too shabby. The Grand Life Rune, while army leader, all non-hero units in the army gain natural regeneration. The Order Rune is the Grand Safeguard Rune, while army leader, all non-hero units in the army gain, when this unit goes below 60% of its maximum HP, it gains 2 stacks of Bullshit Defense, 2 stacks of Bullshit Resistance, and 5 temporary hit points for each. And the Shadow Rune, while army leader, all non-hero units in the army gain. Base attacks have a 60% chance of inflicting Disrupted for 2 turns, effects are increased for single shots, and attacks deal plus 20% damage to magic origin units. And of course, we get the Apex talents. We have to go Grand Brawn Rune. We're full Materium. The Ancient of Earth, which unfortunately does not make us bigger. That would be funny. But we gain plus 20 hit points and plus 30% damage. We also can go Warseeker for even more damage. Yeah, I have high expectations here. And Resonant Blades is active, giving base melee attacks of enchanted units, so Polearm, Shank, Shield, Fighter, Skirmisher, chance to apply a negative status effect based on the terrain. Just like the Geomancer's been doing. At the slopes of reality, where the physical world seems to devour itself, a Magebane preys upon the souls lost in an age-long past. Toothless I bite, mouthless I swallow, the Magebane murmurs, engulfed by an unworldly silence. No flesh could satiate my needs. The earth itself must vanish in my maw. A dozen minds a meal for me to feed. Yet most of all, I crave delicious souls. The gaze of the Magebane penetrates your troops, staring right at you, the giant king, observing from a distance, seeking a way inside your mind. Strike it down! Lure the Magebane inside to crush it with your force of will. Okay, sure, I have the knowledge for it. Oh. I have weakened... So, the goal here is to weaken the aspect of Delirium, and apparently I can either fight a bunch for that, or I can do certain events. I brought 3 armies, so I figured I'd be fighting. You know how it is. Violence is always the answer. At least I thought so. The crypt is, it's not working in overtime just yet, but the crypt is functioning. And we're going to keep our prisoners here, because they are sharing their knowledge of the world with us. After all, it has changed a great deal in my absence, as Blint the Undermountain slept. And he's going for this giant collar altar. Ah, he has a quest. Give me a quest. Okay. I'd much rather you give me a quest that involves making something, because I don't have to go all the way back to my capital city. Gobbling the silver-tongue fruit, I need this. A terrible hurrah is interrupted by your troops. As it turns towards them, it speaks with the sinister voice of Cormac Boltcaster. I come to all. Timeless my breath, the hurrah says, baring its enormous teeth. In my wake I bring ravenous death. Bones are gnawed, trees devoured, bushes gobbled. Apes swallowed, white wolves eaten bit by bit. All consumed within my pit. The hurrah roars. Was I not their king for them to feed, to rule my birthright, to feast my primal pleasure? Yet they all failed me. The hurrah violently shakes its head. Then it fixates your troops. Which meal or prey have you brought to my platter? The head of a hurrah. This is probably a safe auto. Yeah. Look, they almost killed my... They almost killed the aspirant again. I swear that's their favorite thing to do. So are there 3 here? It looks like it. This would make a fine city. Especially if it wasn't already surrounded by cities. But, alas. Can I make it over here? Not really. Next to with the giant collar. We'll bring in the Unmaker over one of these archers. Because who knows what's inside. I might need his shenaniganry. I have a longbow here. Nice. It is time for the second tier 4 tome. And I have a feeling this is going to be this. I mean, Cleansing Flame isn't crazy wrong, but no, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. Nothing fits. Give me the Golden Realm.
Gold, the king and queen of minerals, coveted by all mortals who greedily and deeply delve into the ground. Truly gain mastery over this most gilded aspect of Earth, and you will find that all that glitters actually is gold. Thus, you shall become one with the riches of the earth.
We have gold touch here. This will give us 2 resistance and +1 gold per population of cities. I was wondering why it takes so long, but of course my knowledge is currently in the pits by offering it to the void creature. Which honestly I should not have done, but that's fine. It is what it is. You know, it be what it be. It be what it be. You enter the giant caller's altar and find a group of figures worshipping the statue of an ancient giant king. At first, the worshippers do not seem to notice you at all, and sit chanting in their ancient language of Merida. It is only when you approach the statue that their leader lifts his gaze. You are no giant worshippers. You trespass on hallowed grounds. You dare taint the grand steps of the giant caller's altar with your soldiers. The leader points to you and shouts, Giant kings of old, bless us with your powers to smite these heretics. Ooh, I can intimidate them. You worship my kin, bow to me, my followers. This is a primal check, so I believe this is based off of my level. And on success, they cower before you, and in the upcoming battle, the giant's judgment is active, making use of my giant ruler's attacks inflict remorse. It's a 90% chance. This should go off. Nailed it. Had to get at least 1 check right here. And we'll do it manually. This is a new wonder. Why not? Show it off. Ah, it's the one flowing with gold. Gold, gold, swimming in gold. How to make a twink, it'll never get old. Ah, the good old days. Ah, time's gone by, for sure. Alright. You think this affects my boulder of doom? It does. Nice. What foul magic did we get? It looks like it was a summon. Ah, that's unfortunate. You got the one that doesn't repeated attack. But our Troll King is going to go smack. Was that wise? Probably not. So be it. I have that other spell, I should use it. We are in Blight terrain, apparently. Cool. Oh yeah, because, this one is probably not worth using. But because, the Unmaker is here, we can cast 2 spells per turn. We got stunned. Bonk. We'll float back here and flank him. And then the Butcher and Butcher. How about this? Oop. Alrighty. After slaying the worshippers of the giant caller's altar, you can freely approach the statue. No thunder crashes down, no lightning nor divine wrath smites you or your army. Instead, the giant caller's altar lies silent, the grand halls echoing every footstep as the statue looms above the army. At the giant base of the statue, the cultists had gathered a pile of artifacts to worship and sacrifice to their beloved giant king. Without the cultists to protect their treasure, the objects are free to claim. Mana! Need mana. Super growth for free? Yes. Yes. An interesting check, but no. Boom. So with this in our command, our control, we get some Imperium and gold, and all owned province adjacent to this ancient wonder gain +2 Imperium additional income. Now, unfortunately, it's next to a mountain, which is, of course, uninhabitable. It's not quite as bad as this, the Eternal Battlegrounds, which spawns surrounded by bedrock. In fact, you cannot even get to this 3 out of 5, or 3 province requirement, which is supremely unfortunate. Big F. But it is what it is. It be what it be. Oh, hey. There's a Sheolvild. We big folk build empire together. Oh, give me stuff. That is a unique Giant King button we can press. It didn't always pop up earlier, so I'm not sure if I need to be a certain level or what. But I do like me super growth. That is super spicy. And over here, we can go chat with this. Someone can. In the heat of an infernal lava-fueled kitchen, a butcher ogre turns from the Archon blood to greet your troop with the deep voice of Cormac Boltcaster. Ah, visitors, he calls out, putting his large butcher's knife aside. Which dish do you fancy today, dear guests? Some deep scourge, fresh from the oven, stewed gigantimals, or better yet, hashed ashborn hedonist on a stick? The butcher ogre leans forward as if he was sharing a secret. These upstarts from Arbador think their temples of carnage are a novelty. They should have seen this slaughterhouse arena in all its splendor. We served kings and held nightly banquets unequaled. The butcher ogre takes up his knife again. Which one of you will be the first? You, Cormac Boltcaster, the slaughter ends now. Well, having weakened the aspects of hunger, carnage, and delirium, Cormac Boltcaster is forced to reveal his true form, a vengeful, accursed spirit. Who do you think you are to challenge me? He shouts, filled with fury. I have outwitted the Eternal Council, escaped Archon wrath. Dragons shun my domain. Afraid of my inescapable reach, Cormac's voice growls with thunder, and the surrounding ruins start to crumble. I have become a primal power. I am hunger. I am death. Through vile magic, Cormac Boltcaster calls upon his minions to protect his wretched unlife. Only a mighty army may challenge the traitor king. Only a mighty army, huh? Well, I have something like that. Something like that, indeed. Our mighty army has assembled to take on this unliving creature. And he himself, his stack, is not very scary. But he does have that. So, we're going to drop our army abilities here. Oh, just kidding. This is a fated region, so the spells are blocked. So, we're just going to go in. I'm curious how the AI does. The Reaper's probably going to one-tap. Hey, look. All of the aspirant knights are dead. What a shock. Let's see if I can save them. I'm trying really hard to get those to evolve, but I don't think they're going to. If I can't show you the tier 4 knight, it's fine. The next playthrough we'll just have to do it. Because it looks like Hashut's not winning, so... Which is fine. We're here to show off all of the new feudal stuff. Okay. So here he is. The big boy. This is Cleave. Okay, so he has Hurl Lightning. That is a lot of damage. And he has the Conjure Stormclave. Okay. No wonder everything dies. That's real spooky. We're also dealing fire damage with our Geomancers right now. Which is okay. I want to come back like a touch. We'll heal you up to full. And see where it goes. Okay. Not too shabby. I think we're going to end up dropping the... Ooh, they went for the death. Respect. The lava burst here. I could go for the anti-magic tincture. That looks spicier. I like this more. The only downside here is I don't avoid burning. Normally this is the kind of thing you want to drop when you have Science of Flame or the Fiend transformation. And you can ignore burning. That's okay. I have an Umbral Demon. Odd. Sure. A summon is a summon. Okay, Butchworker's down. I do have the Artificer's Overcharge, which I think I'm going to use on... Do I dare overcharge you? I think I do. There you go. Oh, you got immediately stunned. Well, not that surprising, I don't think. Unfortunate, yes, but surprising? No. Can't say you really cared for that, huh? That was very bold. Very brave. Alright, Snapshot. You can arrive anytime. Any moment now. Yeet. I guess we're just gonna be bold and brave. I think that's what we've decided. That's it. Ooh. Alright, sure, I'll maximize with this. I think the Reapers are going to be the shtick. This is on fire, but... Certainly not the worst thing I've ever done. I'm not even sure where we would begin for that. I don't believe we have the time. Just a king zombie I can bop if I wanted to. Certainly not opposed. I mean, that's a dead Reaper, but I think this is a dead Aspirant Knight because of it. But we'll see. Okay. What? Was that Finger of Death? The knight just turned into a decaying zombie. I think that was Finger of Death. Good old Fod. Okay. Why is there a Mage Bane here? I have a lot of questions. Boop. Are you a combat summon? No. You're here. All right. Cool. All right. Well, this is the next immediate issue, I think. The sensation sweeping the nation. As it were. And it's gone. Nice. Maybe we can kill this Banshee. Nah, Grace isn't gonna do it. The Grace isn't... Cut it! This spear is a combat summon, so I don't know if I have to go crazy about killing it. But, it's in the way. I like how that heals the knight. So we'll cleanse this guy. And shoot this. Oh, not the knight, it heals the clay charger. I have no spells to cast. I have nobody for my own. I would really love to be able to shoot that, so the knight doesn't have to waste its turn killing it, but I think that just be what it be. Alright. Greater corpse consumption. There goes the the giant. There goes my hero. Although he wasn't very heroic. Okay. This is gonna disappear. Oh, you were insane. Fair. Oh. This is a problem. We have a heal ready. These zombies are in my way. Let's get our summon out here. Alright. Who wants a heal? Probably you. Probably. Not quite able to reach. 45%. Nailed it. Now the knight. Get his isolation charge. You can... What can you do? Is it worth attempting to shoot this guy? I appreciate that he's hanging back. despite him having a very large hammer. Or axe, excuse me. He too is going to axe a question. But I don't think it's going to end quite as well. 70%. Whatever. Death is a death. A win is a win. This is all on fire, huh? That was a dumb idea. And that's why you usually don't use that spell. Definitely more usable if I had Scions of Flame, but in case it has been made readily apparent, we are Materian. Oh, well. That could have gone so much worse. Now. Isolation. Good. And dagger throw. To the face. Nailed it. I think I saved all the knights. Oh no, one died, of course. One. So I lost half as much as the AI. Which I think is a good, a win. As the presence of Cormac Boltcaster fades, deep-drawn sighs echo from the walls of the ruined city, and the scarce trees murmur in relief. The blessed soul that had warned you about the Traitor King's curse returns to your troops. Cormac Boltcaster is vanquished at last, it exclaims, rejoicing with radiance. You, first Shaper Blint the Undermountain, have relieved the famished fields of their curse and restored peace upon the land. Take the soul-cursed cauldron from Cormac's remains and watch it well. There dwells an evil within that never fades. The blessed soul lays down its weapons, placing its translucent hand on the ground for a last prayer. My vigil ends here. This is my parting gift. The blessed soul vanishes within a radiant fire, its light rejuvenating the soil that it touches. Left alone amid the newly sprouting life, you determine the fate of the Famished Fields. Okay, to study the city and its fate, we must invite the Eternal Sages. The Soulcursed Cauldron. Unlaunch the Soulcursed of a Gluttony spell. Whenever you cast a Soulcursed spell, there's a 25% chance of your ruler gaining some experience. Target province becomes afflicted by the malediction of Gluttony. The amount of experience gained this way scales with the tier of this cast Soulcursed spell. When multiple of these extra soul casting effects could trigger, I got it. So, that gives us all three of this, which should trigger the Happening. The turn after collecting all artifacts from the set, the Happening Return of the Kjornoe will trigger. Alrighty. I need this. Maybe this city will expand, this little free city will expand onto it, and then I can absorb it as a vassal. Maybe. So we're about to see a huge event, supposedly. Glub, the Astute, has continued to level. Which is good. I guess I'll take Meteor Strikes, why not? I want it for everybody, basically. It's beautiful. It's nice that all the mages can get this stuff now. You got Renown, cool. Apparently he got a lot of Renown. His army isn't all legendary yet. It's actually going to be very difficult with these things. What's probably going to be happening if I care. Ooh. I think I can resurrect him and get a second Giant King. Should I, though? Should I? Maybe you should be flying. Have a Fire Wyvern here. Alright. Oh, also, I need to go chat with our friends. You have collected the Soul-Cursed Cauldron, the Soul-Cursed Mirror, and the Soul-Cursed Grail. Now a strange cultist approaches you. You hold the relics of the Cure-Noir, she whispers. I am a daughter of the Cure-Noir, destined to reawaken the giant kings who were so unfairly declared traitors. For long, we have followed the artifacts you now possess, waiting for someone to aid us. With the sins of the three, your power as a Gaudier, and an unwitting sacrifice, we can mend the Cure-Noir and return them to us. Aid us, O First Shaper. 3 Cure-Noir will merge for one to return. Riches, prosperity, and power will be our reward. So we can either initiate the ritual to bring back a traitor king, we can use the artifacts to rule the Sons of the Cure-Noir yourself. For the rest of the game, you become the cult leader of the Sons of Cure-Noir. Whenever you cast a Soul Curse spell, there's a 25% chance of a cultist army joining your ruler. The strength of that army scales with the tier of the cast Soul Curse spell. When multiple of these extra Soul Curse casting can affect, the happening ends without further consequence, or we can reject them, which ends the happening. For the sake of just seeing what happens, and I'm going to do this, but I think... So, as far as I understand from my brief glimpsing of hovering over stuff, the traitor kings are the giant kings that win against the Archons. And as a giant king who has been in slumber, why not? Tears well in the eyes of the cultist. Yes, we shall commence the ritual immediately. Later you find yourself in the center of an elaborate rune. The artifacts of the traitor kings placed around you. So let's read this real quick. The traitor kings were the giant kings of Old Merida who broke allegiance to the Titans, ending the ancient agreement between Elder Giants and the Archons. Drunk on the glory of their kingdom, they rejected a faith centered on the Allfather, proclaiming that the giant kings themselves had acted as gods and should therefore be worshipped as such. Acting as ruthless overlords, the traitor kings engaged in dark magic, twisting stolen knowledge from the Eternal Council to achieve immortality. Yet when the War of the Archons and Elder Dragons reached their thrones, they fell one by one, leaving only myths of their corrupt souls still haunting the ruins of Merida. Anyway. Dark smoke envelops you as the cultists chants. The Cure-Noir sense your power, she exclaims. With you as their conduit, they lack merely a host, an unwitting Gaudier lamb to sacrifice. Find one, O First Shaper. Grant the void its prize. The cultist wails in ecstasy. Channel the souls of the Cure-Noir. Mend their fragments whole. Guide them to their host and their throne. So, we can guide the fragmented souls of the steadfast aura of Smaug, which kills Smaug. That's so funny. All other rulers in this realm gain a major grievance against you, but you and the new ruler enter an unbreakable alliance, which I believe will end the campaign. We could sacrifice Edmund Sharpshooter. We can stop the ritual and use the artifacts on yourself, or we can banish him. Oh, I really want to see what this does, but I think, like I said, I think this will just end the run. So, unfortunately, we couldn't go all the way, but we'll go halfway, and we'll sacrifice Edmund. Hermir Rage Razor. Interesting. So we got another Giant King. Alright. Cool. I kind of wish I could have gone all the way, but are you also a stone giant? Yes, although you don't look like it. He's a mage. The Giant King mages have the obelisk. He also is basically Cho'Gall. Alright. Edmund was the ranger, which is doing okay. But I wonder if Disenchanter stacks. Here's a thought. Alright, well, with that done... That was fun, wasn't it? With that done, we are now going to see what I can get from the boys. And we're going just full magic power. Should we get fire? Sure. We'll do some fire shenanigans. And throw boulder, big boulder. The obelisk itself is a ranged weapon, so... You get the basic one, right? Not a bad one. What if I make a bigger one, though? Bigger, better, stronger, bolder. Go with this one, it looks spooky. And it can do fire damage too, look at that. Hit damage, hit chance. Power of rock. Wait a minute. Did you level up, Glenn? Will this level you up? I can get the infusion thing if he levels up. Big if here. That's a pretty good ring. There you go, you can have this. Aw, he didn't. That's fine. No big deal. Actually, I'll wait. We'll wait. So anyway, over here, we should be the highest rank with Shalved, which means we can get the highest tier stuff. So, the Eternal Shatterblades is the tier 4 weapon that I was going to give to Edmund, who's now dead. We have the Eternal Greatbow, which, how is this different? Oh, it has combo. The Eternal Goldseeker has the Golden Curse and a higher chance to guild stuff when combo. And the Eternal Litherite Orb, which gives us a free Litherine Shardlancer companion. Units summoned by this unit gain Volatile Summon. So it explodes on death. That's fun. And we have the Eternal Embassy, which is a city structure that gives 15 mana, 15 knowledge, and 10 Imperium. We'll buy that. I believe that's for the capital only. We will buy the Litherite Prism, which is not useful for us, but here it is. And we shall buy the Litherite Astrolabe. Unlocks eternal studies in your city, which converts the city's production into knowledge. The reason we wanted this is because this gives us the Cosmic Conclave. So next turn, we will trigger another happening. We could also get the Litherine Simulacrum, but I don't really care. That's fine. Alright, where's our... I want to give it to you. I mean, she has the flaming rock, as I call it. Sure, you can have this. You can have that too. And she has this. I mean, do I really need it? I don't really need it. It's fine. So our brave heroes here are going to go break this city. Oh, hey, the Rapier Bolt Throwers do siege damage. That's good. I suppose. It's nice. A nice change of pace. This is the other Blintz, who's probably going to start heading back. So can this be built anywhere? Oh, hey. Stuff is happening. As always. The Eternal Embassy. It can be built everywhere. That's pretty good. Nice. So far, I think that the... we can do this. Sure. There's a mod that just does this, but... that's fine. So far, I think that the dwelling... the Crystal Dwelling is probably a better dwelling than... oh, he's a champion. What? Whatever. A better dwelling than the Umbral Abyss, as far as, like, rewards are concerned. Methinks. There's a lot going on here. The Cosmic Conclave is complete. We have all of the stuff, and we'll be seeing the event in un momento, and then there will be nothing left to do but to finally slay Smaug. And apparently I'm being attacked by said Smaug. Alright, show me. It has become a familiar sight, the formal greeting of the eternal sages in their crystalline library in Shalved. Tindok's drowning voice explains, "You have proven yourself a valuable ally to our cause, the Shaper Blint. the Undermountain, one last favor remains. We seek to reach out to our scattered kin across the astral sea, to commune and exchange our pooled knowledge from all realms and worlds. The ritual calls for an individual to act as a medium, an individual with the powers of a god-ear. Will you accept the Eternal Sage's invitation to become a medium for their ritual, to commune with other crystal dwellings? Agree to become their medium. The Eternal Sages gratefully prepare for the ritual. Okay. Sure. What's the worst that could happen? Not like they're gonna kill me or anything, right? I hope. I hope. They wouldn't do that, would they? I mean, I suppose Blend can come over here. The two blends together. And this is under process. I have almost acquired all of the provinces surrounding the Godkeep. Almost. We're getting there. And super growth is ready. This is a very powerful transformation that gives plus 10 hit points, plus retaliation attack, and decreases the number of units in the formation so they are more resilient to losing damage. Back in the day, this will make them even larger, by the way. Yes! Back in the day, before the affinity requirements, oh, that's pretty good. It was pretty much, I wouldn't say mandatory, but it was very common for people to just sidestep their tome growth to pick up super growth. Kind of like, irregardless of what they were going, they just go, oh, hey, super growth. And then go back to what they were doing. I'm not saying it's the reason we have the affinity requirements for tomes now, but it was a significant contributor. Oh, right, 2 turns. How dare you walk in between 2.5 of my armies and just start sieging? What do you think I am? You think I'm going to allow that? Permit that? No. Get out of here. Poor stronghold that's been on the front line of Smaug's relentless. Oh, we can expand. Of Smaug's relentless pillaging. It fits his, you know, greedy economic warlord shenanigans. This should be an easy battle. Ah, alright, sure. I could... Do I dare take this? You know what, I don't mind. I wonder if I can tell my vassal to give me territory. Like, if we're here, can I just go, hey, this is mine? Sawed off. I don't know. Erebor is nearby. I believe the giant, yeah, the giant can walk into this. Okay. He can walk into it, but he can do it only alone. If I make... I have a lot of questions. This spell. I wanted to test this out. So we have, of course, the Call to Glory. This is a Nature, Materium, and Order tome. It's a combat enchantment, though. So would this benefit it? It says spells. We'll go Materium because that's what we're doing anyway. And then Materium Amplifier. And then all this stuff will be out of here. The Shire is doing Shire stuff. Bastion! Keep on keeping on. You get a level renown. How'd you do that? Oh, nice. This is technically just better for you, so that's cool. Remains, province being pillaged. No, it's not, you liar. Alright, let's see this cosmic happening. That's why I didn't edit this out. Stars suddenly appear in the sky, followed by droning hums that ripple through the ground. The air tastes like cherries. astral connections are drawn between crystal dwellings on other realms, appearing in the shape of an arcane whirlpool. Strands of purple energy emerge between the stars, reaching to connect with a medium. At once, all strands have touched down in Shealved, causing energy to shoot back into the cosmos. The surges soon reach an equilibrium. The connections are stabilized. The cosmic conclave, a communion among eternal sages, has begun. This is the cosmic conclave that Shealved manifested, with you at its center. All-knowing power from across the astral sea is coursing through your immortal body. The secrets of the cosmos laid out before me. Cities gain 100% in knowledge income. As the medium, you get additional rewards when any player completes research. Order Affinity yields city stability in all cities. Chaos Affinity yields draft in all cities. Astral Affinity yields mana. Meritarium Affinity yields gold. Nature Affinity yields food. And Shadow Affinity yields knowledge. Research without any affinity yields you Imperium. Oh, like the Bind Golden Wonder. Dual Affinities research yields the rewards for both affinities. Oh, that's it. I mean, that's a good thing to have, but that's basically the reward there. So, that is that. The end of that. Okay, so that's basically like a reward. Like, you collected all the things. Good job. All the artifacts. Good job. GG. Here's your reward. Part of the reason why that's something worth rewarding is because only one player can get the artifact. So if you didn't get it, someone else might have. You know? So in PvP, that's a really big deal. But even here in like the sandbox campaigns that I'll be doing, if we have, I might as well have them. But with them there, the AI can pick up the artifacts. So, in order to get them, though, you gotta go kill them. Like, when you defeat a player, you get the artifacts they had. I didn't click on that crown thing. But, that is it. The realm is conquered. There is just one last thing to do. One more dragon to mount on my throne room. I finally got the Silver Tongue to make the bonus experience thing. We're not going to see a knight, unfortunately, in this little mini campaign, but I can make them. See, instant. Then you go to your blueprint, and then you make more worms. Motivating worms for everyone. You have reached Erebor. As you initiate the siege, Henna steps forward, clearly visible from the walls. Ereborian invaders, she shouts. Brothers, sisters, I have returned. With the aid and support of First Shaper Blint the Undermountain, we are not alone. We are many. We can never be silenced. Rise up against the tyrant Smaug the Terrible. A faint cheering can be heard from the walls of Erebor, followed by the sounds of riot and unrest within. May this siege be over soon, Henna says, staring at the city, so my people need not suffer any longer. So we have minus 25 fortification health for Erebor, which is like half of it reduced, which is great. We could, of course, just assassinate her here, right now. But we're not going to. I wouldn't say that the Undermountain cares about the politics or fate of the Ereborian dwarves. No. That's not what I would say at all. What I would say is that he is interested in causing as much pain to a dragon lord as possible. That's how I would word that. So the Giant Kings are here. Unfortunately, this was just sad. My poor aspirant knights. Leveling is really slow if you don't, looks so ridiculous. Without the champion trait, man, they were so slow. I wonder if there is a problem, but that's fine. Either way, it doesn't matter. We're all good, all ready to roll, and the final siege has begun. Also, by the way, I keep getting these notifications of how research is being completed. So I guess it's just my notification of we get resources. How many? I don't know. I guess it's based on the tier of stuff being researched, right? But here is the Gold Touched. This used to be the only transformation for Materium. Well, the only high tier transformation for Materium. But of course, now it's just one of the minors. You look... oh, gonna have to go in here and turn that off. There we go. Let's just behold the glory of the Geomancy, shall we? I made it to the Tome of the Creator right before the end. The Tome of the Creator did get a minor rework. This is the Tier 5 Materium Tome that's been here the whole time. But Shaper's Touch has been changed. Now, it grants Elemental and Constructs natural regeneration, +10 hit points, and +2 lightning resistance. Not as good as Undying, but it would be a little insane if your entire faction was as Undying. So, that's why they were changed.
Those who master Materium stand above the world, raising and toppling lands at a whim and harnessing the primordial forces of creation. The Titans themselves shall walk with you, while the very essences of element and mineral take a knee. You are the creator, a shaper of worlds.
The first Shaper Blint. We'll grab the new transformation. Why not? It fits so well. And we completed the surrounding of the Godkeep. Nice. I have fully exploited it. It doesn't have the cool little arrows, though, but that's okay. Oh! Literally the last turn. An advisor reports that a mystical seer set up shop northeast of the Giant Keep, offering knowledge of faraway territories and rulers. He visits you the same day. I sell secrets, First Shaper. I know much about this realm and its denizens, and what little I know not, I divine. Your advisor then leans in and whispers, "It is worth noting that he keeps the same information on you and yours for your rivals to exploit." The seer ogre presents an innocuous smile. The mystical seers expect to reside in your domain for 15 turns. Ah, he picked a great spot. So here is the third and final Mercher variant. He sells stuff for mana. We can reveal a ruler's location for 100 mana for 3 turns. We can reveal a throne city for 1 turn for 70 mana. We can explore the world to reveal the entire map for 700 mana. That's cheaper than I thought it would be. We can gain 600 knowledge for 450 mana, and we can gain 1000 knowledge for 750 mana. Let's buy our knowledge. Oh, there's a cooldown, and they share it. Okay. Well, I'm glad I picked the big one. Alright, and we can even do this. Sure. The whole map is revealed. For joy. You can see how tiny it was. Yep. Continents remains the best. That's what I've learned, I think. So, final thoughts for this first glorious video. I like the new stuff. I do. I like it quite a lot. It was quite interesting this time with the Giant King, because they focused a lot on the world. Look how far I can expand. They focused a lot on the world and like adding new world stuff. And I think that was a great choice. I talk about it, or I think I've talked about it a few times. But World of Warcraft, we're going on a tangent here slightly. In the original World of Warcraft, 2004, 2005, 2006, the main character of the game was the world. It was Azeroth. It wasn't you. You weren't a champion who had felled literal gods and were praised with every step you took. You were just an adventurer in the world. And I feel like that's what the Giant Kings really tried to capitalize on here. They tried to add a whole bunch of stuff to the world so that it felt more alive. The only thing I don't particularly like is this giant uninhabitable terrain slap dab in the middle of the underground. But this is something you can turn on and off as you wish. I might turn it off for the next playthrough. We'll see. Oh, that's researching Shaper's Touch. That's not casting Shaper's Touch. it's probably going to take like 7 turns to cast, right? If I had to guess. 1 turn. We can wait 1 turn. Smaug, sit there patiently. Thank you, buddy. So, the Shaper's Touch. This will make all elemental constructs again give natural regeneration +1 hit points and +2 lightning resistance. If it had an effect, I can't really see it. But that's okay. We have it. It's ours. As is the final battle, which will bring us victory. Oh, hold on. There's probably a Spelljammer here. There is not a Spelljammer here. That was silly. The final battle. The +2 lightning resistance is really there for the constructs part of that. That, of course, is like their greatest weakness. So, for the Monarch. I like how I have just this random Giant King pulled from the void. It's like, yeah, for the Monarch. That's fine. Buddy, where's your weapon? Well, he's going to go punch him. That's fine. Weapon? What's that? Unnecessary is what it is. Oops. So the obelisk here is actually kind of crazy. It's not quite as powerful as the Eldritch Sovereign's ability, but it's an AoE. 1 AP AoE. Very good. Yeet. So the Reaper Bolt Thrower is gonna Reaper Bolt Thrower. Not too shabby. I think the Onager does more damage, but it's like repeated damage, and it gilded them? Excuse me? That might be because of the Soul Curse of Greed that I cast. That's probably the Soul Curse of Greed, yeah. That sounds like a greed thing. And you rolled your big AoE? Sure, we'll do it. We'll drop it. Not the best, but okay. Alright, we'll take it. The poor aspirant knights shall be aspirants for all of eternity. Would you like to guess how long I've been recording? It turns out when you don't just go straight for the enemy, this takes a little bit of time. It's been 7 hours and 10 minutes. I'm actually very curious to see how this is going to edit down. Because I won't make you watch 7 hours and 10 minutes. Mostly because I wasn't talking the whole time. Alright, will this trigger the Materium thingamajig? It will not. No. Disappointing, but fair enough. Also, on physical, the Industrious culture is very resilient. So the Geomancers are not overly useful here. Now, because we are tied up in melee, we can kick him. Or we can do our stomp. You're already stunned, so sorry, bud. That, of course, is coming from the rune. The Brawn rune. I can actually cast that spell. Look at that. Again, not great. Alright, Blint. Surely you've got something going on here. He's got something. It's a rock. You are immobilized. Useless. You are immobilized. Useless. You're dead. Very nice. Did I gild the tank? I did! I don't see that every day. That's a combat summon. Yeah, sure. The Unmaker does so much magic damage that kind of just worked out. How about you? Sure. Not too shabby. The Aspirant Knights, even though they're Aspirant Knights tier 2, they do a lot of damage. Again, they're kind of balanced, quote unquote, by having that Isolation Slayer. I guess I'm going to move over here and see if I can help. Because this looks like it's a situation. In fact, maybe this guy comes over here too. Alright. You need to do something. Great. The Troll King, maybe the Troll King even kind of rotates this way. Blint, the first Shaper, is going to... Did she try to seduce the first Shaper? Anyhow, I'm going to grab Smaug by his long neck and then tear it apart. Just, you know, that's the plan. Because I've waited a long time for this. My green little friend. Farewell, Smaug the Terrible. Do you think the event is even going to trigger? That's actually something I'm really curious about. Because, you know, once he dies, it's game over. He was my last opponent. Nothing shall remain in my way. Boop. Are those zombie mules? They are. How dare you turn my people into zombies. Well, I'll just keep stomping. At least the mages there are taking damage, I guess. From the Geomancer. And we got to see the Troll King, too. Might even put him on the thumbnail. I don't know. Was he that special? Maybe. Do not shoot my own unit. Now there's some damage from the Reaper Bolt Thrower. Ah, grazes. Ah, shucks. All the heroes have been felled. The enemy flees, but to where can they flee? Nowhere. Wow. Plate of Starblades, the Robe of Starblades, the Radiant Pike, and the Reinforced Scorcher. Trash. And that, my friends, is victory. You have taken Erebor. As your soldiers flood its streets, Henna the Defender marches to the capital, gathering a large following behind her. Before long, Henna the Defender stands before the throne which belonged to the king under the mountain, Smaug the Terrible. Finally, our strife has come to an end. She turns to the gathered crowd before her. Citizens of Erebor, this is the start of a new day. No more shall a tyrant rule the Ereborian invaders. No longer shall we kneel for unworthy Godir. The crowd cheers wildly. Henna readies herself to ascend to the throne of Erebor. So, we can support the new rule of Henna, which will cause her to ascend to rule. We go to peace, and another event will show. Or, how about no? You are still invaders. You order your soldiers to assassinate Henna on the brink of ascension. She stares at the knives protruding from her body in disbelief. Without another word, the would-be lady slumps to the floor, blood pooling around her. The Ereborian invaders wail in agony at the loss of their liberator. You have thoroughly destroyed any sense of unity within the empire of the king under the mountain, Smaug the Terrible. This is what happens to those who defy a god-deer's rule. They were still invaders at the end, so turn 100. Exactly. A victor stands proudly upon the remains of their enemies. You subjugated this world through force, as the empires of the past did before you. When the dust settles, you will discover whether your cause was just, or if you merely fanned the flames of entropy. I didn't know what would happen. I think what I could have done was I could have accepted it and gone to peace, and then the follow-up event would have had like an alliance situation, and then we could have won through that, I think. But this is repelling the invaders, and we repelled them all. And Blint has proven worthy to ascend. There are 2 new ascension traits, and I should have unlocked both of them. We have the Dungeon Keeper. At the start of combat, summon a Clay Arbalist, Clay Charger, or Clay Defender. This, of course, comes from the Tome of Dungeon Depths. Or Ascension Earthshaker. Forgemaster? I think it's Forgemaster? Actually, it might be Earthshaker. This unit can crush non-fortified obstacles without slowing. Can't I do that already? We'll go Forgemaster, though, because this gives plus 20 draft, plus 20 protection to its governed city, and units in this hero army gain plus 1 resistance and plus 1 defense. That fits very well with the whole Shaper thing, and it is nice. Victory! At last. A long mini-campaign come to an end. And, of course, the rewards. So this is the little sub-tree that was added for the Giant Kings. And we have enough points to get everything. In fact, I have a little bit more. But I've already gotten the Cavern Bear, which is, yes, indeed a Honey Badger. Oh, I thought I didn't have that. There are banner icons, one that represents each of the Stone Clans. We use the Rock Clan icon because we're a Rock Giant. The Magma Orb, which was used in the campaign. The Fire Clan icon, the Frost Clan icon. The Goldseeker Pickaxe, which I think will be a lot of fun to use in the future. I plan on using it. The Giant Hunter Spear, which is terrifying. Giant Hunter gives fortune when you attack a large target, and you already want to be hitting large targets, so guaranteed crit, basically. The Titan's Great Bow, which does more damage, but it has less accuracy by default, and it has a combo. The Butt Stallion, which we saw on the run. The Litherite Orb, which we briefly saw the potential to get. This deals lightning damage, and it has the Volatile Summon thingamajig. The Shadow Blades, which were used by the guy who was sacrificed to summon another Giant King. And, of course, the Subterranean Society. The tree is complete. The Pantheon is complete. And isn't it magnificent? Why does it say 97%? Huh? What am I missing here? I think I have everything, do I? 164 out of 164. Unlocked 97%. Odd. But anyway, that's not important. What is that this was a glorious victory. Thank you again to Paradox Interactive for sponsoring this video. I appreciate it. And thank you for watching. Thank you to patrons and channel members for supporting the channel. I greatly appreciate you. And if you want to stay up after the channel, feel free to join the description down below. The full thematic sandbox series will begin on April 7th, and you can vote right now on the channel who you would like to see. And I will see you then on April 7th. Bye.